Some memories do not scream during the day. They wait, quietly, patiently, hidden beneath conversations, responsibilities, routines, and distractions. But the moment the world slows down, they return. The old embarrassment, the betrayal you never fully healed from, the fear you buried under productivity, the silent regret that visits only when the lights go out and suddenly your body is tired, but your mind refuses to sleep. Most people think exhaustion comes from work, but often the real exhaustion comes from carrying years of emotional weight, the subconscious never released, thoughts repeating in circles, conversations replaying themselves, imagined futures, old versions of yourself still living inside your head long after life moved on, not because you are broken, but because the mind remembers what the heart tried to survive. We live in a world that teaches people how to achieve, but not how to become still, how to stay busy, but not how to be at peace. So people spend years fighting invisible battles inside themselves without even realizing it, smiling in public while silently collapsing in private, looking calm on the outside while the subconscious keeps replaying pain beneath the surface. But the Stoics understood something most people never learn. They understood that suffering grows when the mind keeps resisting what already happened. That peace begins the moment you stop wrestling with every thought that enters your head, that memories lose their grip when you stop feeding them fear, guilt, and attention, and that true strength is not found in constant tension, but in learning how to release it. Tonight, this is your reset. Not to erase your past, but to loosen its control over your mind. Not to become emotionless, but to finally rest from emotions that have exhausted you for too long. For the next 4 hours, you are not here to chase anything, not here to prove anything, not here to solve your entire life overnight. You are here to breathe, to slow down, to observe the mind without becoming trapped inside it, to let the noise settle, to let the nervous system soften, and to remember what it feels like when the mind is no longer fighting itself. Because sometimes the deepest healing does not come from adding more to your life, it comes from finally putting something down. And maybe that is where healing truly begins. Not when the world finally understands you, but when you finally understand the hidden pain your mind has been carrying in silence. Because many of the thoughts keeping people awake at night were not created yesterday. They were planted years ago in moments that seemed small at the time, moments the world quickly forgot, but the subconscious never did. Some wounds never bleed in obvious ways. They turn into habits, into overthinking, into anxiety, into the constant need to prove yourself, into the strange feeling of being surrounded by people while still feeling emotionally alone. And one of the deepest of those wounds begins with something many people barely notice when it first happens: being ignored. There is a kind of pain that does not leave bruises. A child speaks excitedly and nobody listens. A child cries softly and nobody asks why. A child enters the room hoping to feel seen, but the attention always belongs to someone else. Over time, something dangerous begins to form inside the subconscious. The child slowly learns, my feelings do not matter. Not because anyone directly said those words, but because silence said it over and over again. Most people think emotional pain only comes from harsh abuse or cruelty. But sometimes the deepest wounds come from absence, from emotional invisibility, from constantly feeling overlooked. A child does not need perfect parents or perfect circumstances, but every human being needs moments of emotional recognition. Moments where someone says, I see you, I hear you, your emotions matter. Without those moments, the nervous system quietly enters survival mode. This is where adult insomnia often begins, long before adulthood even arrives. Because ignored children usually grow into hyper-aware adults. Adults who overanalyze every conversation. Adults who replay interactions before sleep searching for hidden rejection. Adults who struggle to relax because part of them is still emotionally waiting to finally feel acknowledged. The subconscious keeps scanning for signs of acceptance the way a hungry person searches for food. And the painful part is that many people do not even realize this is happening. They simply call themselves overthinkers. They say things like, "My brain just never shuts off at night." But beneath the noise is often an old emotional hunger that was never fully understood. The Stoics believed that suffering grows when the mind becomes attached to external validation. Epictetus warned that when your peace depends on how others respond to you, your emotional life becomes controlled by forces outside yourself. And this is exactly what emotional neglect quietly creates. A subconscious dependence on being noticed. That ignored child becomes the adult who feels restless when messages go unanswered. The adult who feels uneasy when people become distant. The adult who works endlessly hoping achievement will finally create the recognition they lacked emotionally. Some people become addicted to productivity not because they love success, but because they are subconsciously trying to earn visibility. And at night, when the distractions disappear, the subconscious finally speaks. That is why some people feel emotionally exhausted even after doing nothing. Their nervous system has been working all day trying to monitor emotional safety, reading facial expressions, detecting tone changes, wondering if they said something wrong, trying not to feel forgotten again. The body may sit still, but the subconscious never fully rests. Marcus Aurelius wrote something powerful when he said that people suffer more from opinion than reality. An ignored child slowly forms opinions about themselves that feel permanent. I am unimportant. Nobody really cares. I have to earn love. Even when adult life changes, those hidden beliefs often remain buried underneath the surface, directing thoughts, relationships, and behaviors. And here is the strange part. Many emotionally ignored people become extremely caring adults. They become the listener, the helper, the person who notices everyone else's emotions quickly, because they know what invisibility feels like. They become deeply sensitive to rejection because they spent years unconsciously adapting to emotional absence. But while this can create empathy, it can also create deep exhaustion, constantly giving emotional energy while secretly hoping someone will finally give the same care back. This is why silence at night can feel so uncomfortable, because silence removes distraction, and without distraction, the subconscious begins replaying old emotional patterns. The mind starts asking painful questions. Do people really value me? Would anyone notice if I disappeared? Why do I still feel lonely even around others? But the Stoics taught that awareness changes suffering. The moment you recognize that these reactions were learned, you stop treating yourself like the enemy. You begin understanding that your overthinking was never weakness. It was adaptation. Your mind learned to stay alert because emotional safety once felt uncertain. And that changes everything. Because healing does not begin by shaming the mind for being restless. Healing begins by giving yourself the emotional acknowledgement you once searched for everywhere else. The child who felt invisible still exists quietly inside many adults, still waiting to feel important, still waiting to feel chosen, still hoping someone will finally notice the pain hidden beneath competence and strength. Tonight, instead of fighting the mind, simply observe it. Notice how many thoughts are connected to old emotional fears. Notice how often the subconscious expects rejection before it even happens. Notice how deeply the mind craves recognition. Not to judge yourself, but to finally understand yourself. Because sometimes insomnia is not the mind refusing to sleep. Sometimes it is the subconscious begging to finally be seen. And once the mind begins to feel unseen, it does not only search for attention in the present, it also travels backward. It returns to moments where words were left hanging, where feelings were swallowed, where something inside you wanted to speak, but chose silence instead. That is why the night can feel so crowded. Not because the room is full, but because unfinished conversations come back and sit beside you. There are conversations that end on the outside, but continue for years inside the mind. Someone hurt you, but you laughed it off. Someone misunderstood you, but you did not explain yourself. Someone left, and you acted calm because pride would not let you show the wound. Then later, when the house is quiet and the body is tired, the mind opens the old file again. It replays the words. It edits your reply. It creates a better ending. And suddenly, sleep feels far away. This is one of the hidden reasons people stay awake at night. The brain does not like emotional incompletion. It keeps returning to what feels unresolved because it is trying to create order. It wants meaning. It wants closure. It wants the sentence that was never said, the apology that never came, the explanation that never arrived. But the problem is, the mind often confuses replaying with healing, so it plays the scene again, and again, and again. At first it feels like reflection, but after a while it becomes a private prison. You are no longer learning from the memory. You are trapped inside it. You are not finding peace. You are rehearsing pain. Many people carry entire conversations in their head with people who are no longer in the room, no longer in their life, or no longer the same person they used to be. The mind says, if I think about it one more time, maybe I will understand. But often, the understanding has already come. What has not come is emotional release. That is the difference. Understanding is mental. Release is deeper. Understanding says, now I know what happened. Release says, I no longer need to keep bleeding from it. And many people reach understanding, but never reach release. So at night, the subconscious keeps searching for the missing emotional ending. The Stoics understood this very well. They knew that the mind suffers when it gives too much power to events that can no longer be changed. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed only by what happens, but by the meaning we attach to what happens. And unresolved conversations often hurt because they carry heavy meanings. They disrespected me. They never valued me. I should have defended myself. I looked weak. I was not enough. The conversation itself may have lasted 5 minutes, but the meaning can disturb you for 5 years. That is why silence at night becomes dangerous for an unsettled mind. During the day, noise interrupts the loop. Work interrupts it. Phones interrupt it. Responsibilities interrupt it. But at night, there is nothing left to cover the emotional tension. The mind finally hears what it has been avoiding, and sometimes what it hears is not even the other person's voice. It is your own inner voice asking why you abandoned yourself in that moment. This is painful, but also powerful, because many unfinished conversations are not really about the other person anymore. They are about the part of you that did not feel safe enough to speak, the part that froze, the part that agreed when it wanted to disagree, the part that said, "It is fine," when it was not fine at all. And now, years later, that same part of you is asking to be restored. This is why Stoic healing is not about winning imaginary arguments in your head. It is about returning power to yourself. The Stoic does not need to defeat someone in memory to be free. The Stoic asks, what is still within my control now? Not then, not in that room, not in that conversation. Now. And what is within your control now? You can stop turning old conversations into nightly courtrooms. You can stop making your pillow a witness stand. You can stop calling yourself weak for not saying the perfect thing when you were overwhelmed, scared, young, tired, or emotionally unprepared. This matters because the subconscious does not release tension through blame. It releases through truth. And the truth may be simple. You did the best you could with the awareness, strength, and safety you had at that time. Maybe today you would speak differently. Maybe today you would leave sooner. Maybe today you would set a boundary. But the version of you in that moment did not have today's wisdom. So instead of punishing the past version of yourself, you can honor the growth that now allows you to see clearly. At night, when the old conversation returns, do not enter it as a fighter. Enter it as an observer. Watch the scene without obeying the emotional pull. Notice the urge to correct, defend, accuse, or explain. Then gently ask, what is this memory trying to make me feel again? Often the answer is not anger. It is hurt. It is shame. It is grief. It is the pain of feeling powerless. And once you name the real emotion, the mind does not need to keep disguising it as endless thinking. That is where peace begins. Not by forcing the memory away, but by seeing what sits underneath it. Because the mind repeats unfinished conversations when the heart has not been allowed to finish feeling. The Stoic reset begins when you stop needing the past to give you a better ending. You become the ending. Your calm becomes the answer. Your growth becomes the reply. Your silence becomes different from the silence that once wounded you. This time, it is not silence from fear. It is silence from freedom. And when the night comes, you do not have to follow every voice that rises. Some voices are only echoes, and echoes lose power when you stop answering them. And when the echoes of old conversations finally begin to quiet down, another voice often rises underneath them. A deeper one, a heavier one. Not just fear about what happened, but fear about what is still happening. Fear that time is moving faster than you are. Fear that life is slipping through your hands while part of you still feels unfinished inside. Some people are not kept awake by memories alone. They are kept awake by the terrifying feeling that they are running out of time to become who they were supposed to be. A strange sadness appears late at night when the distractions disappear. During the day, people stay busy enough to avoid it. They work, they scroll, they answer messages, they chase responsibilities. But eventually the world slows down, and a painful question quietly enters the room. What if I waste my entire life? That question sits silently inside millions of people, not loudly, not dramatically, but quietly enough to follow them everywhere. The subconscious fear of wasting your life is one of the biggest hidden causes of overthinking, because the mind constantly tries to measure whether your existence matters enough, whether you are moving fast enough, achieving enough, becoming enough. And when the mind feels uncertain about those things, it refuses to rest. That is why some people feel exhausted even after accomplishing many things. Their anxiety is not only about failure, it is about meaning. They are afraid of waking up one day realizing they spent years surviving instead of truly living. The Stoics understood this fear deeply. Seneca once wrote that it is not that life is short, but that people waste much of it. And those words disturb people because deep down, many already fear it might be true. They fear they have spent too much time pleasing others, chasing approval, postponing dreams, tolerating unhealthy environments, or becoming trapped in routines that slowly drained their spirit. At night, the subconscious reviews everything, the opportunities missed, the years gone, the version of yourself you abandoned just to survive. And suddenly the mind becomes loud. Many people think overthinking is simply a habit of thinking too much, but often it is the subconscious desperately searching for reassurance that your life still has direction, that you have not permanently lost yourself, that there is still time. This fear becomes even stronger in people who spent years emotionally disconnected from themselves, people who always did what was expected, people who became responsible too early, people who learned to survive before they learned how to truly live. Eventually they wake up one day realizing they have been functioning for years without feeling deeply connected to their own existence. And that realization can terrify the mind, because the subconscious does not only want safety, it also wants meaning. Human beings can survive difficult conditions for surprisingly long periods of time if they believe their suffering has purpose. But when the mind starts believing life is becoming repetitive, empty, or emotionally disconnected, anxiety quietly grows beneath the surface. This is why late-night overthinking often sounds existential. The mind begins asking painful questions. Am I behind in life? Did I choose the wrong path? What if I never become the person I wanted to be? Have I wasted too much time already? And the dangerous part is that modern life constantly feeds this fear. Every day people compare their progress to strangers online. They compare incomes, relationships, success, appearance, lifestyle. The subconscious absorbs all of it quietly. Even when you think you are ignoring it, the nervous system keeps score. Suddenly, peace feels undeserved unless productivity proves your worth. Rest begins to feel guilty. Stillness begins to feel uncomfortable. And silence becomes threatening because it forces you to sit with the life you are actually living instead of the life you keep postponing. Marcus Aurelius warned himself constantly not to live as though he had endless time. But his message was not meant to create panic. It was meant to create awakening. The Stoics did not obsess over death to become fearful. They reflected on time because they understood something powerful. Clarity appears when you stop living unconsciously. The fear of wasting your life often comes from living too far away from yourself, too far away from your values, too far away from your inner voice, too far away from the present moment. And when people stay disconnected from themselves long enough, the subconscious starts sounding alarms at night, not to torture them, but to wake them up emotionally. This is important to understand. Not every anxious thought is your enemy. Sometimes anxiety is the soul demanding honesty. Sometimes the restlessness is showing you that you cannot continue abandoning yourself forever. The Stoics believed peace comes when your actions align with your nature, when your life reflects your deepest principles instead of endless external pressure. But many people build lives around fear rather than truth. Fear of disappointing others, fear of instability, fear of failure, fear of judgment. Then years later, they feel trapped inside routines they no longer recognize emotionally. And at night, the subconscious grieves the unlived life. It grieves the creativity never expressed, the boundaries never set, the risks never taken, the version of yourself that stayed hidden to keep everyone else comfortable. This grief becomes mental noise because the mind keeps trying to rewrite time, but no amount of overthinking can change yesterday. That is why the Stoic reset matters. It teaches you to stop fighting time mentally and start meeting life consciously instead. You do not heal the fear of wasting your life by panicking about time. You heal it by returning fully to this moment, by becoming present enough to actually live instead of constantly measuring your existence. Seneca said that people protect their property carefully, but waste time carelessly, even though time is the one thing that can never be recovered. Yet the solution is not self-hatred. The solution is awareness, gentle awareness, honest awareness. Because every moment you become conscious again, life begins again. The subconscious relaxes, when it realizes you are finally listening to yourself instead of endlessly running from yourself. Tonight, you do not need to solve your entire future. You do not need to figure out your whole purpose before morning. You do not need to compare your timeline to anyone else's. You only need to stop abandoning the life that is already happening right now. Breathe slowly. Notice the pressure inside your chest. Notice how much of your fear is connected to imagined futures instead of present reality. Then remind yourself gently, a meaningful life is not built in one dramatic moment. It is built every time you return to yourself instead of disappearing into fear. And perhaps the greatest waste of life is not failure. Perhaps it is spending years mentally absent from your own existence while waiting for permission to finally begin living. And once the fear of wasting your life begins to surface, another hidden wound often rises beside it. A wound that changes the way people trust, love, and even sleep. Because many restless minds are not only carrying pressure about the future, they are carrying pain from people they once believed would never hurt them. Some betrayals end relationships. Others quietly change the nervous system forever. There are nights when the body feels completely exhausted, yet the mind keeps watching for danger as if something terrible is about to happen again. Not because anything is happening in the present moment, but because emotional betrayal taught the brain that peace is temporary, that safety can disappear without warning, that love can suddenly become rejection, and once the subconscious learns that lesson deeply, resting no longer feels easy. This is why emotional betrayal affects people far beyond the moment itself. A betrayal is not only about what someone did, it is about what the experience teaches the nervous system afterward. A friend lies to you. A partner betrays your trust. Someone you depended on suddenly becomes emotionally distant. Someone you defended turns against you. And afterward, the subconscious begins changing quietly. The brain starts scanning conversations differently. It becomes alert to tone changes, delayed messages, different energy, small behavioral shifts. The mind starts preparing for abandonment before abandonment even exists. And this is exhausting, because the brain never fully relaxes when it believes emotional pain could return at any moment. Many people think betrayal only causes sadness, but often it creates hypervigilance. The nervous system stays awake emotionally long after the relationship ends. That is why betrayed people sometimes wake up in the middle of the night replaying details. Their subconscious keeps searching for the exact moment trust became unsafe. What signs did I miss? How did I not see it? Was any of it real? These questions repeat because betrayal attacks more than emotion. It attacks certainty. And the human mind craves certainty almost as much as it craves safety. The Stoics understood something painful but important. Attachment without inner stability creates suffering. This does not mean people should never love deeply. It means your peace cannot fully depend on another person remaining exactly who you hope they will be forever. Because human beings are imperfect. People change. Some disappoint. Some leave. Some betray what they once promised. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that people act according to their level of awareness, wounds, desires, and ignorance. Not to excuse betrayal, but to stop poisoning his own mind with endless outrage. Because one of the greatest dangers after betrayal is becoming emotionally trapped inside bitterness. And bitterness is heavy. At first, it feels protective. The mind says, never trust again. Never open up again. Never be vulnerable again. But over time, those walls do not only block pain, they block connection. This is where many people become emotionally divided inside. One part of them still longs for closeness. Another part fears closeness completely, so the mind stays awake trying to protect the heart from future injury. It keeps rehearsing worst-case scenarios. It prepares emotionally for betrayal before relationships even deepen. That is not peace. That is emotional survival mode. And survival mode can quietly destroy the ability to rest. The Stoic path is different. Stoicism does not teach emotional numbness. It teaches emotional balance. There is a major difference between detachment and coldness. Coldness shuts down feeling completely. Detachment allows feeling without becoming emotionally controlled by it. A Stoic can love deeply while still understanding that no external person fully controls their inner stability. This changes everything, because many betrayed people unconsciously hand their entire emotional center to others. Their self-worth rises and falls based on how someone treats them. So when betrayal happens, it feels like psychological collapse. Not only because trust broke, but because identity was attached to that trust. The Stoics practiced returning inward instead, not to isolate from people, but to stop losing themselves inside people. Epictetus taught that when you attach your peace entirely to things outside your control, suffering becomes unavoidable, and betrayal forces people to confront this painfully. It reveals how much emotional power they unknowingly gave away. But here is where healing begins. Not by pretending betrayal did not hurt, not by forcing forgiveness before the wound is understood, and not by becoming emotionally hard. Healing begins when you stop making another person's actions the final definition of your value. This takes time because betrayal often creates invisible subconscious beliefs. I was not enough. I cannot trust my judgment. Everyone eventually leaves. Love is dangerous. The mind repeats these beliefs automatically after emotional pain, and once those beliefs settle deeply enough, insomnia follows naturally. The brain stays alert because it believes emotional danger is still nearby. That is why some people struggle to sleep peacefully even years after betrayal. Their body escaped the relationship, but their nervous system never fully escaped the fear. The Stoics believed peace requires separating events from interpretation. The betrayal itself was painful, but the meaning your subconscious creates afterward determines whether the pain becomes permanent suffering. Some betrayals teach wisdom, others teach fear, and fear spreads silently when it is left unexamined. So tonight, instead of asking why someone betrayed you, ask something deeper. What part of me still believes I am unsafe because of it? That question changes the direction of healing completely, because emotional freedom does not come from controlling people better. It comes from rebuilding safety within yourself, from learning that another person's dishonesty does not erase your worth, that someone else's inability to love correctly does not make you unlovable. That betrayal reveals their character more than your value. And slowly, the nervous system begins calming down. Not immediately, not perfectly, but gradually. You stop checking every emotional shadow for danger. You stop assuming every silence means abandonment. You stop carrying old betrayal into every new connection. And most importantly, you stop betraying yourself by abandoning your own peace, trying to understand why someone else acted without integrity. The Stoic reset is not about becoming emotionless after betrayal. It is about becoming steady, soft without becoming weak, wise without becoming cynical, open without losing yourself. Tonight, your mind does not need to solve every painful memory before sleep arrives. It only needs to understand one thing. You survived what hurt you, and survival means your story did not end at betrayal. It continued beyond it. And after betrayal teaches the mind to fear emotional pain, Another habit quietly begins to grow beneath the surface, a habit so common that most people barely notice it happening. The mind stops living where the body is. It starts traveling constantly, backward into regret, forward into fear, rarely staying still long enough to experience the present moment at all. This is the hidden addiction many exhausted people carry every day: mental time travel. The body lies in bed at night, but the mind is somewhere else entirely, replaying old mistakes, rehearsing future disasters, revisiting embarrassing moments from years ago, predicting conversations that have not even happened yet. The nervous system becomes trapped between what already hurt you and what might hurt you next. And slowly, peace disappears. Some people spend so much time mentally traveling through time that they barely experience their own life while it is happening. Their mind is always somewhere other than now. And because the present moment is the only place where rest actually exists, the brain never fully relaxes. This is why overthinking becomes exhausting so quickly. The brain was not designed to carry every version of the past and future all at once, but many people unknowingly force it to do exactly that every single night. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology explained it. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to confine the mind to the present moment because he knew something dangerous about human nature. The mind suffers more from imagination than reality itself. Think about how often the brain creates pain from things that are not even happening: a future argument, a possible failure, a feared rejection, a regret from 10 years ago. The body reacts emotionally even though the moment is not real anymore. The heart races, the chest tightens, sleep disappears, all because the subconscious cannot fully separate thought from immediate danger. This is what mental time travel does. It turns memory into present suffering. It turns possibility into present fear. And the more often the brain practices this habit, the more automatic it becomes. Eventually, people no longer know how to simply exist in one moment peacefully. Silence immediately pulls them somewhere else. One thought leads to another, then another, then another. Before they realize it, they are mentally reliving an old relationship while simultaneously worrying about next year. The brain becomes addicted to movement because stillness feels unfamiliar. This addiction often begins early in life. People who grew up in unstable emotional environments learned to mentally prepare constantly. They scanned the future for danger because unpredictability once felt unsafe. Others became trapped in regret because they tied their worth to past decisions they wish they could undo. So the mind keeps returning to old moments, trying to rewrite them emotionally. But the past never changes, no matter how many times the subconscious revisits it. And the future never becomes safer, simply because the mind rehearses it repeatedly. Yet many people continue doing both every night. Seneca warned about this beautifully when he said that people suffer more in imagination than in reality. And nowhere is this more visible than during late-night overthinking. At night, the brain becomes a machine creating alternate timelines. What if I had chosen differently? What if something bad happens tomorrow? What if I fail? What if I never recover? The mind jumps between years within seconds. And because the nervous system reacts emotionally to imagined scenarios, the body remains tense even while lying completely still. This creates one of the strangest forms of exhaustion: physical rest without mental rest. You may sleep for hours and still wake up drained because the subconscious never stopped running. The Stoics practiced something radical for this problem: returning attention to what exists right now. Not because the past and future are meaningless, but because peace cannot survive inside constant psychological movement. Epictetus taught that most suffering comes from trying to control what is outside the present moment. The past is outside your control. The future is outside your control. Only your response in this moment belongs to you. That sounds simple, but for an anxious mind, it feels almost impossible because mental time travel creates the illusion of control. The brain believes that if it thinks enough, predicts enough, or analyzes enough, it can prevent pain completely. But this is an illusion. No amount of overthinking can guarantee safety. In fact, the opposite often happens. The more the mind tries to control uncertainty, the more anxious it becomes. The more it revisits the past, the more emotionally trapped it feels. The more it fears the future, the less alive the present becomes. And slowly, life starts passing by while the subconscious lives somewhere else entirely. This is why many people cannot enjoy peaceful moments fully. Even during happy experiences, the mind interrupts. What if this does not last? What if something goes wrong? What if I lose this? The subconscious becomes so trained to anticipate pain that it struggles to simply receive peace. But the Stoics believed true freedom begins when you stop demanding certainty from life, when you stop treating uncertainty as danger, when you stop trying to mentally outrun every possible outcome before it happens. Tonight, notice how often your mind leaves the present moment searching for emotional control. Notice how quickly it travels into memory or prediction, not to judge yourself, but to understand the habit clearly. Because awareness weakens unconscious patterns. You are not your racing thoughts. You are the awareness observing them, and thoughts lose power when they are observed without attachment. So when the mind tries pulling you into old regrets tonight, gently return. When it tries dragging you into imagined futures, gently return. Not aggressively, not fearfully, just calmly. Return to your breathing. Return to the feeling of the bed beneath your body. Return to this moment, because this moment is the only place where your life is actually happening. Not yesterday, not tomorrow. Now. The Stoic reset is not about erasing memory or avoiding preparation for the future. It is about refusing to abandon the present moment completely while chasing what cannot be controlled. A peaceful mind is not a mind that never thinks about the future or remembers the past. It is a mind that knows how to come home again. And perhaps the greatest freedom in life is finally realizing you do not need to mentally travel through time every night just to deserve peace in the present. And after years of mentally running between the past and the future, many people slowly lose sight of something even deeper. They forget that the version of themselves moving through the world today was often built during periods of emotional survival. Not true peace. Not true safety, survival. Because human beings do something remarkable when life becomes emotionally difficult. They adapt, quietly, automatically. A child learns to stay silent to avoid conflict. A teenager learns to become funny to hide insecurity. An adult learns to appear strong because vulnerability once led to pain. Over time, these behaviors stop feeling temporary. They become identity, and eventually people no longer remember where the performance ended and the real self began. This is the invisible identity many people carry without realizing it, a personality built for protection, not for peace. That is why some people feel exhausted even when nothing dangerous is happening anymore. Their subconscious still behaves as if the old emotional environment never ended. The body escaped the threat years ago, but the nervous system never fully received the message. So the mind keeps preparing for danger. Even in safe rooms, even around loving people, even during quiet moments. This is one of the deepest reasons people struggle to rest. Their identity became connected to emotional survival for so long that calmness now feels unfamiliar. The subconscious keeps scanning for problems because vigilance once felt necessary. A person who grew up around criticism may become obsessed with perfection. A person who felt emotionally abandoned may become overly independent. A person who experienced unpredictability may become controlling. A person who constantly felt unsafe may become hyper-aware of everyone's moods. And the strange part is that these behaviors often look normal from the outside. Sometimes they even look successful. People praise the hard-working person, the emotionally strong person, the highly responsible person. But underneath the surface, the nervous system may still be operating from fear instead of inner stability. This creates a painful disconnect, because the world sees competence while the subconscious still feels threatened. The Stoics understood how easily human beings become trapped inside identities they never consciously chose. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to separate his true character from the roles, fears, and opinions surrounding him, because he knew that many people spend their lives unconsciously acting from old emotional conditioning. And conditioning is powerful. The subconscious does not ask whether a pattern is healthy. It asks whether the pattern once helped you survive. That is why people repeat behaviors long after the danger disappears. The child who avoided conflict becomes the adult who struggles to set boundaries. The child who constantly earned love through achievement becomes the adult who feels guilty while resting. The child who learned emotions were unsafe becomes the adult who disconnects emotionally during intimacy. None of this happens because people are weak. It happens because the nervous system remembers adaptation more deeply than logic. This is why emotional healing feels so confusing sometimes. A person may consciously know they are safe, loved, or successful, yet their body still reacts with anxiety. Because the subconscious identity formed during difficult years does not disappear automatically when life improves. The mind still whispers old instructions. Stay alert. Do not trust too much. Do not relax. Do not depend on anyone. Do not fail. And eventually, these survival instructions become exhausting to carry, especially at night. Because nighttime removes distraction, during the day, people can stay busy enough to outrun themselves emotionally. But once silence arrives, the nervous system finally reveals how tense it truly feels underneath the performance. Some people cannot sleep because their subconscious believes rest itself is dangerous. This sounds extreme, but it is more common than people realize. For many individuals, hypervigilance became identity. Staying mentally active felt safer than becoming still. Constant thinking felt protective. Constant preparation felt responsible. Constant emotional control felt necessary. But survival mode is not meant to be permanent. The body can endure it for a while. The mind can endure it for a while. But eventually, exhaustion arrives. And often, the exhaustion is not physical first. It is emotional. People begin feeling disconnected from themselves. They no longer know who they are outside of responsibilities, achievements, or coping mechanisms. They become strangers to their own inner world because so much energy has been spent maintaining the survival identity. This is why the Stoic path is not about becoming emotionless. It is about becoming conscious. Conscious of which parts of you were built from wisdom and which parts were built from fear. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when you recognize what truly belongs to you and what does not. Many people spend years defending identities that were created by old wounds instead of authentic values. The overly agreeable identity, the emotionally numb identity, the endlessly productive identity, the identity that always appears calm while secretly collapsing inside. And because these identities helped people survive once, letting go of them can feel terrifying. The subconscious fears that if the mask disappears, danger will return. So the nervous system clings to old behaviors even when they are slowly destroying peace. But healing begins the moment you realize something important. You are allowed to outgrow the version of yourself that survival created. You are allowed to become softer without becoming weak. You are allowed to rest without earning it through exhaustion. You are allowed to stop carrying emotional armor into places where war no longer exists. This realization changes the relationship with the mind completely, because instead of hating your anxiety, you begin understanding it. Instead of judging your overthinking, you recognize it as protection that stayed active too long. Instead of fighting yourself constantly, you begin listening to what the nervous system has been trying to say for years. I am tired. I do not want to keep surviving forever. I want to feel safe enough to finally rest. The Stoics believed inner peace comes from alignment between the inner world and reality itself. But survival identities distort reality. They make safe situations feel threatening. They make rest feel irresponsible. They make vulnerability feel catastrophic. And this keeps the subconscious trapped in constant alertness. Tonight, notice which parts of your identity were built from fear rather than truth. Notice which behaviors feel automatic. Notice where tension still lives inside the body even when nothing dangerous is happening. Then gently remind yourself. The threat is not always still present simply because the nervous system still remembers it. You survived environments that forced you to adapt. But survival is not meant to become your permanent personality. The Stoic reset begins when you stop confusing hypervigilance with strength. Because real strength is not living permanently guarded. Real strength is finally feeling safe enough to put the armor down. And when the armor finally begins to loosen, something even more hidden often appears underneath it. Not anger, not fear, but shame. Quiet shame, the kind that does not announce itself loudly, the kind people carry for years while smiling normally in public, the kind that silently shapes how they speak, love, rest, and see themselves when nobody else is around. Because underneath many anxious minds is a painful belief that says, something about me is not enough, not successful enough, not lovable enough, not strong enough, not worthy enough. And even when life improves externally, that hidden self-rejection often remains buried deep inside the nervous system. This is why some people can receive love and still feel emotionally unsafe. Why they can achieve success and still feel like frauds. Why compliments feel uncomfortable. Why rest feels undeserved. Because shame does not disappear simply because circumstances change. Shame becomes internal. It becomes identity. And once the subconscious absorbs it deeply enough, the nervous system struggles to fully relax. The body remains emotionally alert because part of the mind is constantly trying to avoid exposure. That is exhausting. Many people think shame only comes from obvious humiliation. But silent shame often forms slowly over years. A child repeatedly criticized for mistakes, a teenager made to feel unwanted, a person constantly compared to others, someone who learned they only received affection when performing well. Over time, the subconscious begins forming dangerous conclusions. I must hide parts of myself to be accepted. My value depends on perfection. If people see the real me, they may reject me. And once those beliefs settle deeply enough, the nervous system begins living in protection mode. This creates a hidden form of tension most people never fully recognize. They become afraid of failure, not because failure itself is deadly, but because failure threatens the fragile identity they built to feel worthy. So the mind stays awake, trying to control everything. Trying not to embarrass itself, trying not to disappoint others, trying not to feel exposed emotionally. And at night, when distractions disappear, the subconscious begins replaying every perceived flaw. That awkward thing you said years ago, the opportunity you ruined, the relationship you mishandled, the version of yourself you wish nobody remembered. Shame turns memory into self-punishment, and self-punishment keeps the nervous system trapped in tension. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest forms of suffering comes from becoming divided against yourself. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced observing his own thoughts carefully because he knew the mind could become cruel when left unchecked. And shame creates one of the cruelest inner voices a person can carry. A voice that constantly whispers, "You should be better by now. You ruined everything. You are falling behind. You are not enough." Over time, people stop noticing how violent this inner dialogue becomes because they have heard it for so long. The criticism feels normal. The pressure feels normal. The self-rejection feels normal. But the nervous system hears every word. The body responds to self-hatred as if danger is present. That is why shame often creates insomnia, anxiety, emotional exhaustion, and even physical tension. The mind cannot fully rest while constantly attacking itself internally. And the painful irony is that many people hide this shame extremely well. Some become perfectionists, some become highly successful, some become caregivers for everyone else, some become emotionally detached. But beneath the surface, many are still quietly asking the same painful question. If people truly knew me, would they still value me? This fear creates emotional isolation even around people who genuinely care, because shame convinces the subconscious that love must be earned through performance instead of received through authenticity. The Stoics approached healing differently. They believed peace begins when you stop demanding perfection from yourself as a condition for self-respect. Epictetus taught that human beings suffer deeply when they tie their worth to external outcomes instead of inner character. This changes the entire direction of healing, because shame constantly focuses on flaws, mistakes, and imperfections. Stoicism focuses on awareness, responsibility, and growth instead. Not perfection, growth. There is a major difference. A shame-driven mind says, "I made mistakes, therefore I am worthless." A Stoic mind says, "I made mistakes because I am human, and now I can learn." That difference softens the nervous system immediately, because self-awareness creates growth, but self-hatred creates paralysis. And many people secretly remain emotionally stuck because shame convinces them they deserve punishment instead of healing. This is why some people struggle to move forward even years later. They are still emotionally identified with old versions of themselves, still carrying guilt for moments they no longer live inside, still defining themselves by chapters their life has already outgrown. But the Stoics believed a person is not destroyed by mistakes. A person is destroyed when they stop returning to wisdom afterward. Tonight, notice how often your mind speaks to itself with hidden cruelty. Notice how quickly you judge yourself. Notice how difficult it feels to simply exist without needing to prove your worth constantly. Then ask gently, who taught me I had to reject parts of myself to deserve peace? That question reaches deep into the subconscious, because many forms of shame were inherited from environments that confused achievement with value, silence with strength, or perfection with love. But the nervous system cannot heal while constantly living under inner attack. Healing requires a different relationship with yourself, not arrogance, not denial, but compassionate honesty. The Stoic reset is not about pretending your mistakes never happened. It is about refusing to let old mistakes become your permanent identity. You are allowed to grow beyond your worst moments. You are allowed to forgive the version of yourself that acted from pain, fear, confusion, or emotional immaturity. You are allowed to stop carrying invisible punishment every night before sleep, because hidden shame drains life quietly. It steals presence. It steals joy. It steals peace. And worst of all, it convinces people they are unworthy of the very healing they desperately need. But the Stoics knew something important. Peace does not belong only to perfect people. Peace belongs to honest people, people willing to see themselves clearly without abandoning themselves emotionally in the process. So tonight, instead of replaying every flaw inside your mind, practice something unfamiliar. Sit with yourself gently, not as an enemy, not as a failure, but as a human being still learning, still healing, still becoming. And perhaps the nervous system finally relaxes the moment you stop demanding perfection before allowing yourself compassion. And when shame has lived inside the nervous system long enough, something else quietly begins to form beside it. A strange relationship with peace itself. Calm moments start feeling suspicious. Happiness feels temporary. Safety feels fragile. And without realizing it, the subconscious begins preparing for disaster even when life is finally becoming stable. This is one of the hidden consequences of emotional pain that many people never fully understand. After surviving enough chaos, the mind stops trusting peace. At first, this response is unconscious. A person finally experiences a quiet season in life, but instead of relaxing into it, their mind becomes restless. They begin searching for problems, over-analyzing small changes, expecting something bad to happen soon. Their nervous system feels uncomfortable during calm moments because calmness no longer feels normal. Chaos feels normal. Stress feels normal. Emotional tension feels normal. And this is heartbreaking because many traumatized minds secretly feel safer in survival mode than in peace. The Stoics understood how deeply repeated suffering shapes perception. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to let fear control his interpretation of life, because he knew the mind easily becomes conditioned by pain. Once the nervous system experiences enough emotional instability, it starts assuming instability is permanent. So even when danger disappears, the body continues reacting as if the threat still exists. This is why some people ruin peaceful moments without understanding why. A relationship finally feels healthy, and they begin expecting abandonment. Life becomes stable, and they start waiting for disaster. Someone genuinely cares about them, and they become suspicious. Their subconscious has been trained to believe peace never lasts. This creates a painful emotional cycle. The mind stays hyper-alert, trying to predict future pain before it arrives. But the constant anticipation itself becomes exhausting. The nervous system remains tense, waiting for the next emotional collapse. And over time, people stop recognizing how deeply fear controls their inner world. They call it being realistic. They call it being prepared. But often it is unresolved trauma teaching the mind to expect suffering automatically. This habit becomes especially strong at night. During the day, distraction keeps the nervous system occupied. But once silence arrives, the subconscious begins scanning for hidden threats again. Thoughts appear suddenly. What if everything falls apart? What if this peace disappears? What if something terrible happens tomorrow? The mind treats uncertainty like danger. And because life always contains uncertainty, the nervous system never fully rests. Many people do not realize they have become emotionally addicted to vigilance. Their body learned that staying alert once helped them survive emotionally difficult environments. Maybe they grew up around unpredictable anger. Maybe love was inconsistent. Maybe emotional safety disappeared suddenly without warning. So the subconscious adapted. It learned to stay prepared constantly. But survival habits that once protected you can later imprison you. Because the brain cannot distinguish between old danger and present safety unless conscious awareness interrupts the pattern. This is why traumatized minds often struggle with peaceful stillness. When the body finally becomes calm, old emotions rise to the surface. Fear, sadness, uncertainty. The nervous system mistakes relaxation for vulnerability because historically, vulnerability once led to pain. So, peace itself starts feeling emotionally unsafe. This explains why some people sabotage good experiences unconsciously. They become uncomfortable when life feels stable because their nervous system associates familiarity with emotional struggle, not peace. A calm life feels foreign. A healthy relationship feels unfamiliar. Emotional consistency feels suspicious. The Stoics practiced preparing the mind differently, not by expecting disaster constantly, but by developing inner steadiness regardless of external conditions. This is very important. Stoicism is not emotional paranoia, it is emotional resilience. There is a difference. Paranoia says, something bad is always coming. Stoicism says, life contains difficulty, but I do not need to fear every moment because my mind can learn steadiness. That shift changes the nervous system slowly. Because traumatized minds often believe safety comes from predicting pain early enough. But prediction never creates true peace. It only creates constant mental tension. The brain stays trapped in anticipation instead of presence. Epictetus taught that people suffer not because events are inherently unbearable, but because fear convinces the mind it cannot handle uncertainty. Trauma strengthens this fear deeply. It teaches the subconscious that suffering arrives suddenly and without warning. So the mind begins rehearsing disaster, endlessly, trying to avoid being caught unprepared again. But no human being can mentally rehearse every possible pain away. Eventually, the nervous system collapses under the weight of constant anticipation. That is why peace feels unfamiliar to wounded minds. Peace requires surrendering the illusion of complete control. And for people who survived unstable environments, letting go of control can feel terrifying. Yet this is where healing begins. Not by forcing yourself to think positive. Not by pretending painful experiences never happened, but by teaching the nervous system slowly that the present moment is not the same as the past. That calmness is not danger. That rest is not weakness. That stillness does not automatically lead to harm. The Stoic reset begins when you stop treating every peaceful moment like the calm before a storm. Tonight, notice how quickly your mind searches for what could go wrong. Notice how difficult it feels to simply enjoy a quiet moment without mentally preparing for loss. Notice how often your body stays tense even when nothing dangerous is happening around you. Then gently remind yourself, you are no longer trapped inside every environment that once hurt you. The subconscious may still remember fear, but memory is not always present reality. This matters deeply because many people spend years unconsciously recreating emotional survival mode long after the original danger ended. Their nervous system becomes so accustomed to adrenaline, tension, and worry that calmness feels emotionally empty or unsafe. But human beings were not designed to live permanently bracing for impact. The body needs restoration. The mind needs stillness. The soul needs moments where existence does not feel like a constant emergency. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to return to the present moment because the present moment is where fear loses much of its power. Most anxiety lives in imagined futures. Most tension lives in anticipation. But right now, in this exact moment, many fears are not actually happening. Breathe slowly. Feel the silence around you. Notice that your mind may still expect danger even when your surroundings are calm. Then allow yourself to sit inside this unfamiliar peace without immediately trying to escape it. Because healing sometimes feels uncomfortable at first, not because peace is dangerous, but because the nervous system spent so long surviving that it forgot what safety feels like. And perhaps one of the greatest acts of courage is finally allowing yourself to believe that not every quiet moment is secretly preparing to hurt you. And once the nervous system becomes trained to expect pain, something strange begins happening inside the mind. The people may leave, but the conversations stay. Years pass, life changes, faces disappear. Yet late at night, the subconscious still returns to old arguments, as if they are unfinished battles waiting for resolution. This is one of the deepest forms of emotional exhaustion. The body moves forward through time, but the mind stays emotionally attached to moments that never fully healed. Some people are no longer physically surrounded by the people who hurt them, judged them, abandoned them, or misunderstood them. Yet internally, they are still defending themselves every night before sleep, still replaying the same scenes, still trying to explain their pain to people who are no longer listening. And this creates emotional echoes, invisible conversations repeating endlessly inside the subconscious. A parent's criticism, an ex-partner's betrayal, a friend's rejection, someone's cruel words spoken years ago. The mind keeps revisiting these moments because emotional pain rarely disappears, simply because time passes. The subconscious keeps returning to unresolved emotional experiences, searching for completion, searching for understanding, searching for relief. But instead, many people become trapped inside mental arguments that never end. The strange thing is that these arguments often continue long after the relationship itself has ended. The person may no longer exist in your daily life at all, yet emotionally, part of your nervous system is still reacting to them constantly, still proving, still defending, still explaining, still hurting. This is why some people feel mentally exhausted even during quiet seasons of life. Their inner world is crowded with emotional ghosts, old voices still living inside the subconscious long after the people themselves disappeared. The Stoics understood how dangerous this can become. Marcus Aurelius warned himself constantly not to hand control of his inner peace over to the opinions and actions of others, because once the mind becomes emotionally attached to external validation or unresolved conflict, tranquility disappears, and unresolved emotional tension has incredible staying power. Especially when words were never spoken honestly, many people suppress their true emotions during painful moments because they fear conflict, rejection, or vulnerability. They stay silent when they want to speak. They tolerate disrespect to avoid confrontation. They swallow grief to appear strong, but suppressed emotions rarely disappear peacefully. They return later in silence. At night, the subconscious reopens the emotional file. Suddenly, the mind starts creating imaginary conversations. This is what I should have said. This is how I should have defended myself. They never understood what they did to me. The brain becomes obsessed with rewriting the emotional outcome. But the Stoics knew something important. Peace never comes from mentally defeating people inside your imagination. Because even if you win the imaginary argument, the nervous system remains trapped inside the emotional attachment itself. That is the real prison, not the memory. The attachment, the need for emotional resolution from people who may never provide it. This is one of the hardest truths human beings must face. Some people will never apologize correctly. Some will never understand your pain fully. Some will leave carrying distorted versions of you forever. And if your peace depends on correcting every misunderstanding, your mind will remain at war endlessly. Epictetus taught that suffering grows when we try controlling what was never ours to control. Other people's perceptions, other people's choices, other people's emotional maturity, none of these belong fully to us. Yet many minds stay awake every night trying to control them anyway. This creates emotional echoes that quietly shape daily life. A person criticized years ago still fears speaking openly. A person rejected years ago still fears abandonment. A person betrayed years ago still prepares for emotional attack. The original people may be gone, but their emotional imprint continues influencing the nervous system. And over time, people stop noticing how much space old pain still occupies inside them. This is why silence feels so loud for some individuals, because silence gives the subconscious room to replay unresolved emotional memories without interruption. The Stoic response is not emotional suppression. It is emotional liberation through acceptance. Acceptance does not mean approval of what happened. It means ending the inner resistance that keeps replaying the suffering endlessly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that carrying resentment harms the carrier more than the target, and this is deeply true. Many people continue emotionally bleeding from relationships that ended years ago because the subconscious refuses to release the internal argument. But healing begins when you stop demanding emotional closure from those incapable of giving it. This changes everything. Because instead of asking, "Why did they do this to me?" the mind begins asking, "Why am I still carrying this every night?" That question returns power back to you. Not power over the past, power over your relationship with the past. Some emotional echoes remain active because part of the subconscious still believes staying emotionally attached protects you somehow. The mind thinks, if I keep replaying this, maybe I will never get hurt like that again. But constant replay does not create safety. It creates exhaustion, and eventually the nervous system becomes tired of carrying conversations that no longer belong to the present moment. Tonight, notice which people still live inside your mind emotionally. Notice whose voice still influences your self-worth. Notice which old arguments still create tension inside your body. Then ask yourself gently, why am I still giving mental energy to moments life has already moved beyond? Not with shame, with awareness, because awareness loosens attachment. The Stoics believed that inner freedom begins when you stop chaining your emotional peace to external events that cannot be rewritten. Your mind does not need to keep returning to old battlefields to survive anymore. You are allowed to stop defending yourself internally to people who no longer define your life. You are allowed to release conversations that never ended properly. You are allowed to stop explaining your worth to memories. This does not erase pain overnight, but it softens the emotional grip slowly. The nervous system begins realizing something important. You do not need to keep emotionally reliving old wounds to honor what happened. You can remember without remaining trapped. You can learn without continuing the punishment. You can let the echo fade without betraying your own story. And perhaps true healing begins the moment you stop arguing with ghosts who no longer exist in the present moment the way they still exist inside your mind. And after years of carrying emotional echoes from the past, many people slowly become experts at hiding what they truly feel. Not because they are naturally cold, not because they do not need support, but because somewhere along the way they learned a dangerous lesson. Showing pain feels unsafe, so they adapt. They smile while emotionally drowning. They say, "I'm fine," while their nervous system is collapsing quietly inside. They become the strong one for everyone else, while secretly wondering who will ever be strong for them. and over time, pretending becomes exhausting. This is one of the deepest hidden forms of emotional fatigue, not physical work, not responsibility alone, but the constant performance of appearing emotionally unaffected when pain is still alive underneath the surface. Many people confuse emotional suppression with strength because society rewards composure. People praise the person who never complains, the person who keeps functioning during heartbreak, the person who carries pressure silently. But the nervous system does not care how composed someone looks externally. The body still carries what the mouth refuses to say, and eventually, suppressed emotion begins appearing in other ways. Insomnia, overthinking, irritability, emotional numbness, sudden exhaustion, a constant feeling of heaviness that no amount of sleep fully fixes. Because emotions pushed down do not disappear. They wait. They stay stored inside the nervous system until the mind finally becomes quiet enough to hear them again. That is why nighttime becomes emotionally overwhelming for so many people. During the day, performance is easier. Responsibilities create distraction. Conversations create movement. But at night, there are no roles left to play, no masks to maintain, and suddenly the emotions that were buried all day begin rising to the surface. The grief, the loneliness, the fear, the disappointment, the exhaustion of carrying everything alone. And many people do not know how to sit with these emotions because they spent years training themselves to suppress them instead. This is where people misunderstand Stoicism completely. Stoicism is not emotional denial. It is emotional mastery through awareness. There is a huge difference. A suppressed person says, "I should not feel this." A Stoic says, "I feel this, but I do not need to become controlled by it." Suppression disconnects you from your emotional truth. Stoicism teaches you how to face emotional truth without collapsing beneath it. Marcus Aurelius wrote constantly about observing his thoughts and emotions carefully instead of blindly reacting to them. He did not pretend pain did not exist. He simply refused to let pain dominate his character completely. But many people never learned this balance. Instead, they learned emotional survival. Crying became weakness. Vulnerability became danger. Needing help became shameful. So they became emotionally self-contained, independent, controlled, quietly overwhelmed. And while this may create the appearance of strength externally, internally the nervous system often remains under enormous pressure. Because human beings were never designed to carry emotional pain endlessly without expression or release. This is why emotionally suppressed people often struggle to rest deeply. Their body remains tense because unresolved emotion still lives beneath the surface. The subconscious keeps holding everything the conscious mind refuses to acknowledge fully. A person may say, "I'm over it," but their insomnia says otherwise. Their anxiety says otherwise. Their emotional exhaustion says otherwise. The Stoics believed suffering increases when people resist reality internally, and emotional suppression is resistance. It is the mind fighting against its own human experience, fighting grief, fighting sadness, fighting vulnerability, fighting fear. But whatever the mind constantly fights internally eventually drains it. This does not mean emotions should control every action. Stoicism never encouraged emotional chaos, but it also never demanded emotional numbness. The Stoic path is about honest acknowledgement. You can feel grief without becoming destroyed by grief. You can feel fear without surrendering your entire life to fear. You can feel sadness without believing sadness makes you weak. This is emotional maturity, and many exhausted people have never truly experienced it because they spent years believing survival meant emotional silence. Some people became emotionally strong too early in life. They had to hold families together, handle responsibilities before adulthood, stay composed through painful environments, and because they survived through emotional control, vulnerability later feels deeply uncomfortable. The subconscious still whispers, "Do not fall apart. Do not burden anyone. Stay strong." But eventually, the nervous system becomes tired of carrying pain in silence. And often, the body begins forcing awareness through exhaustion. This is why some people suddenly break down emotionally after years of appearing fine. The emotions were never absent. They were postponed, stored, delayed. The Stoic reset begins when you stop confusing emotional suppression with resilience. True resilience does not come from denying your humanity. It comes from learning how to hold your humanity gently without becoming consumed by it. Epictetus taught that external events do not fully control the inner self unless we surrender our judgment completely to them. But this does not mean ignoring emotion entirely. It means observing emotion with wisdom instead of panic. Tonight, notice how much energy goes into appearing okay. Notice how often you minimize your own pain. Notice how difficult it feels to simply admit when something hurt you deeply. Then allow yourself something unfamiliar. Honesty. Not dramatic collapse. Not emotional chaos. Just quiet honesty. Yes, this affected me. Yes, I am tired. Yes, I have been carrying more than people realize. That honesty softens the nervous system because hidden emotional pressure finally stops fighting for acknowledgement internally. And perhaps one of the greatest forms of strength is no longer needing to pretend you are unaffected by everything life has placed on your shoulders. Because the strongest people are not those who never feel pain. The strongest people are those who stop abandoning themselves emotionally while trying to appear invincible to the world. The Stoics understood this deeply. Peace does not come from becoming stone. Peace comes from becoming steady enough to feel without drowning. And sometimes healing begins the moment you finally stop performing strength long enough to actually rest. And once a person becomes exhausted from pretending to be strong, the mind slowly begins lowering its defenses during the quiet hours of the night. The emotions pushed away all day start moving closer to the surface. The distractions disappear, the noise fades, and suddenly, memories that stayed hidden for weeks, months, or even years begin returning with strange intensity. This confuses many people. They ask themselves, why do these thoughts only appear at night? Why does my mind suddenly reopen old wounds when everything becomes quiet? But the answer is deeper than simple overthinking. Nighttime changes the emotional environment of the mind. During the day, the brain stays occupied with survival tasks, conversations, work, responsibilities, notifications, movement. The conscious mind stays busy enough to keep deeper emotions temporarily buried beneath activity. But darkness removes stimulation, and when external noise fades, internal noise becomes easier to hear. This is why nighttime often feels emotionally exposing. The subconscious finally has room to speak, and what it speaks about is rarely random. Old embarrassments, past regrets, childhood pain, relationships that ended badly, moments of rejection, moments of shame, moments where the nervous system felt emotionally unsafe. The mind returns to these memories because darkness creates psychological vulnerability. Human beings naturally become more inward at night, more reflective, more emotionally open. The nervous system slows down physically, which often allows unresolved emotional material to rise upward into conscious awareness. This is not weakness. It is the subconscious attempting to process what was never fully processed emotionally. The Stoics understood the importance of solitude and stillness because they knew silence reveals truths, distraction often hides. Marcus Aurelius spent time alone with his thoughts, not to torture himself, but to understand himself more clearly. But for many people today, stillness feels terrifying because it removes the escape routes they use to avoid emotional discomfort, and darkness intensifies this. There is something about nighttime that makes memories feel heavier. The same thought that barely affects you during the afternoon suddenly feels emotionally overwhelming at 2 a.m. This happens because nighttime weakens external stimulation while strengthening internal focus. The brain becomes more emotionally sensitive in silence. That is why unresolved memories return more strongly after dark. Not because the night creates pain, but because the night reveals what the daytime keeps hidden. Many people unknowingly spend their entire lives running from emotional exposure. They stay constantly busy because movement feels safer than reflection. But eventually, the body slows down. The room becomes quiet. The lights turn off. And suddenly there is nowhere left to run internally. This is when the subconscious begins opening emotional doors. A smell, a song, a random sentence, a facial expression remembered from years ago. The mind reconnects emotionally to moments that were never fully released. And often these memories are connected to unresolved emotional identity, moments where someone felt humiliated, powerless, unloved, rejected, invisible. The nervous system stores emotionally intense experiences very deeply because survival depends on remembering pain. The brain believes painful memories contain protection. If I remember this clearly, the subconscious thinks, maybe I can avoid suffering like that again. But instead of protection, many people become trapped inside emotional replay loops every night. This creates a painful relationship with sleep itself. Some individuals unconsciously fear nighttime because nighttime forces emotional confrontation. They may not realize it consciously, but part of their nervous system associates darkness with emotional exposure. The body becomes tired, but the mind becomes alert. Because silence gives old emotions permission to rise. The Stoics approached this differently. Instead of fearing inner reflection, they practiced observing thoughts without becoming consumed by them. Epictetus taught that thoughts themselves are not automatically reality. They are mental impressions, and impressions only gain power when we immediately believe and obey them without awareness. This matters deeply at night, because nighttime thoughts often feel absolutely convincing. The mind says, "You ruined your life. You will never heal. You should have done things differently. You are alone." And in darkness, these thoughts can feel overwhelmingly true. But the Stoic understands something important. Emotional intensity does not always equal truth. Night amplifies emotion. Fatigue amplifies fear. Silence amplifies unresolved pain. But amplification is not the same as reality. This understanding changes the relationship with nighttime completely. Instead of treating returning memories as enemies, the Stoic mindset becomes curious. Why is this memory returning now? What emotion is still attached to it? What part of me still needs acknowledgement or healing? This creates awareness instead of panic. Because many memories do not return at night simply to hurt you. They return because the subconscious still wants resolution, not necessarily through changing the past, but through changing your relationship with the past. Some memories remain emotionally active because the nervous system never received safety after the experience happened. No comfort, no understanding, no emotional processing. So the subconscious keeps bringing the memory forward, hoping awareness will finally create release. And often, what wounded people most was not only the painful event itself, it was feeling alone inside the event. This is why nighttime can feel emotionally intimate in uncomfortable ways. The subconscious strips away distraction and forces the mind closer to its unresolved emotional truth. But healing begins when you stop fearing this process. The Stoic reset is not about forcing painful memories away aggressively. It is about learning how to sit beside them without collapsing emotionally into them. Tonight, when a memory returns, do not immediately panic. Do not instantly label yourself broken. Pause. Breathe slowly. Notice what emotion arrives with the memory. Notice where tension appears inside the body. Then gently remind yourself. A memory returning does not mean you are still trapped inside that moment. You survived it. You are here now. The darkness may awaken emotional exposure, but exposure is not destruction. Sometimes it is the beginning of understanding. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the soul becomes dyed by the color of its thoughts, and nighttime teaches people how deeply their unresolved thoughts shape emotional experience. But awareness changes everything. Once you begin observing the subconscious, instead of blindly drowning inside it, the memories slowly lose their power to terrify you. Not instantly, but gradually. The nervous system begins realizing that silence is not punishment. Stillness is not danger. Darkness is not the enemy. And perhaps some memories return at night not to destroy your peace, but because the subconscious is finally asking you to stop abandoning the parts of yourself that still hurt quietly in the dark. And when memories continue returning in silence, many people slowly begin realizing something even more uncomfortable underneath them. The pain is not always only about what happened in the past. Sometimes the deeper fear is about what would happen if other people truly understood the parts of you those memories still affect. Because one of the greatest hidden fears human beings carry is not simply rejection, it is exposure. The fear of being truly seen. Not the polished version, not the strong version, not the successful version, but the real version underneath the masks, coping mechanisms, defenses, and performances. This fear lives quietly inside millions of people. They go through life carefully controlling what others see emotionally. They reveal enough to appear normal, but not enough to feel emotionally exposed. And over time, this constant self-monitoring creates mental hypervigilance. The nervous system stays alert because part of the subconscious is always trying to manage perception. How am I being viewed? Did I say something embarrassing? What if people notice my flaws? What if they stop valuing me? The mind becomes exhausted from constantly scanning for emotional danger in social situations. And many people do not even realize they are doing this. It becomes automatic. A person replays conversations after they end, analyzes facial expressions, worries about being misunderstood, feels anxious after vulnerability, overthinks simple interactions for hours before sleep, not because they are weak, but because hidden insecurity trained the nervous system to treat emotional exposure as risky. This often begins early in life. A child becomes criticized for emotions, mocked for vulnerability, ignored when expressing pain, compared constantly to others. Over time, the subconscious learns a painful lesson. The real me may not be safe to reveal. So adaptation begins. Some people become perfectionists. Some become people pleasers. Some become emotionally distant. Some become highly funny or highly successful to distract attention away from deeper insecurity. But underneath these survival identities is often the same hidden fear. If people truly saw everything inside me, would they still accept me? This question quietly controls many lives. It controls relationships, careers, conversations, even sleep. Because hypervigilance does not turn off easily at night. The subconscious continues scanning for social danger long after interactions end. That is why many people lie awake, replaying tiny moments other people already forgot. The nervous system treats social rejection like physical danger because historically, human survival depended heavily on belonging. Being excluded from the group once meant serious risk, so the brain evolved to monitor social acceptance very carefully. But hidden insecurity intensifies this natural tendency until the mind becomes trapped inside constant self-awareness, and constant self-awareness becomes exhausting. The Stoics understood how dangerous external validation can become when it controls inner peace. Epictetus warned repeatedly that people suffer deeply when they attach their identity to how others perceive them. Because public opinion changes constantly, human judgment is unstable. And if your nervous system depends entirely on being approved of, peace becomes fragile. Yet this is how many people unknowingly live. They shape themselves around avoiding criticism, avoiding embarrassment, avoiding emotional exposure, and eventually they become disconnected from their authentic self because too much energy goes into managing appearances. This creates an invisible loneliness, because even when people are loved, they may secretly believe the love belongs only to the version they perform outwardly, not the deeper self underneath. So they stay emotionally guarded, even around those closest to them. The mind never fully relaxes. It keeps protecting the hidden parts. This is why insecurity creates hypervigilance so powerfully. The subconscious constantly searches for signs of judgment because exposure feels emotionally threatening. Every social interaction becomes a psychological evaluation instead of a natural human experience. And nighttime intensifies this fear, because silence removes distraction and forces people closer to themselves emotionally. The masks become harder to maintain internally. Old insecurities rise upward. The mind starts replaying social mistakes, awkward moments, vulnerabilities shared, flaws exposed. Suddenly, simple memories feel emotionally dangerous again. The Stoic response is not becoming emotionally cold or indifferent toward human connection. It is developing inner stability strong enough that your worth no longer collapses every time external perception shifts. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that other people's opinions belong to them, not to his inner character. This is deeply freeing because insecure minds often spend enormous energy trying to control how they exist inside other people's thoughts. But this is impossible. No human being can fully control interpretation. Some people will misunderstand you no matter how carefully you explain yourself. Some will project their own wounds onto you. Some will dislike you without fully knowing you. And if your peace depends on universal approval, anxiety becomes permanent. The Stoics believed freedom begins when you stop handing strangers authority over your identity. This changes hypervigilance completely, because instead of constantly asking, "How am I being perceived?" the mind slowly begins asking, "Am I living according to my values honestly?" That question returns stability inward instead of outward. Healing insecurity does not mean becoming arrogant. It means becoming grounded enough that vulnerability no longer feels like psychological death. Tonight, notice how much mental energy goes into monitoring yourself socially. Notice how often your mind rehearses conversations before they happen or replays them after they end. Notice how difficult it feels to simply exist naturally without fear of judgment. Then gently ask yourself, what am I afraid people would discover if I stopped performing? That question reaches deep into the subconscious. Because many people are not truly afraid of being seen. They are afraid of being rejected after being seen. But the nervous system slowly heals when you stop treating your humanity like something that must remain hidden to deserve connection. The Stoic reset begins when you stop fighting so hard to appear flawless, because perfection is not what creates peace. Authenticity does, not reckless oversharing, not emotional collapse, but quiet self-acceptance, the kind that allows you to exist without constantly apologizing internally for who you are. You do not need to earn the right to be human. You do not need to erase every insecurity before deserving rest. You do not need to monitor every word, every flaw, every emotional reaction endlessly to stay worthy of love or belonging. Breathe slowly tonight. Let the nervous system soften. You are not in danger simply because people may see your imperfections. Real connection was never built through performance anyway. And perhaps true peace begins the moment you realize you no longer need to spend every waking hour hiding from emotional exposure just to feel safe in your own existence. And after years of fearing judgment from the outside world, something even more painful often happens quietly within the mind itself. The external voices eventually become internal voices. The criticism once spoken by parents, teachers, classmates, partners or strangers slowly settles into the subconscious until one day the person hurting you is no longer even present, but their voice still is. This is one of the deepest invisible wounds human beings carry, an internal critic that never fully sleeps, a voice that comments on every mistake, every flaw, every failure, every weakness. And over time, people stop recognizing that the voice was learned. They begin believing it is simply who they are. But most self-hatred did not begin naturally. It was repeated into the nervous system slowly. A child hears enough criticism and begins criticizing themselves automatically. A student constantly shamed for mistakes becomes terrified of failure. A person mocked repeatedly for vulnerability learns to attack their own emotions before anyone else can. And eventually, the subconscious adopts the critic as a form of protection, because the mind believes, if I judge myself first, maybe nobody else can hurt me worse. This is why many people become mentally harsh toward themselves without even noticing it. Their inner dialogue becomes brutal. You're embarrassing. You're behind in life. You always ruin things. You should be better than this. The nervous system hears these thoughts constantly, and the body responds as if danger is always nearby. That is why internal criticism creates exhaustion so deeply. The mind never fully rests while under constant emotional attack from within. Even peaceful moments become difficult because the inner critic interrupts everything. You accomplish something, and the voice says it was not enough. You rest, and the voice calls you lazy. You make a mistake, and the voice treats it like proof of worthlessness. You show emotion, and the voice labels you weak. This creates a hidden emotional prison, because eventually people stop needing external criticism entirely. They carry the critic everywhere inside themselves, and nighttime becomes especially painful. During the day, distractions soften the noise temporarily. Work, responsibilities, movement, conversations. But once silence arrives, the internalized voices grow louder again. The nervous system finally hears what has been running beneath the surface all along. Old insults, old judgments, old humiliations, old emotional wounds disguised as self-improvement. The Stoics understood how destructive, uncontrolled inner dialogue can become. Marcus Aurelius constantly examined his thoughts carefully because he knew the mind could either become a place of wisdom or a place of self-torment. And many people unknowingly turn their own mind into a battlefield every single day. The painful part is that internal criticism often disguises itself as discipline. People say, I'm just hard on myself. I push myself because I care. I need pressure to improve. But there is a difference between accountability and emotional abuse. A healthy mind corrects mistakes while preserving dignity. A wounded mind attacks identity itself. This distinction matters deeply, because criticism that targets behavior creates growth. Criticism that targets worth creates shame. And many people were raised in environments where love, approval, or safety depended heavily on performance. So the subconscious learned to equate criticism with survival. The mind became convinced that constant self-pressure was necessary to avoid rejection or failure. But eventually, this creates hypervigilance internally. The nervous system never fully relaxes because the inner critic never fully stops scanning for flaws. This is why some people cannot enjoy peace without guilt. The moment life slows down, the critic starts speaking again. You should be doing more. You're wasting time. You're falling behind. The body may be resting physically, but mentally it is still under attack. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not only by external events, but by the judgments they form about those events internally. And internalized criticism creates harsh judgments constantly. A small mistake becomes catastrophe. A rejection becomes proof of inadequacy. A failure becomes identity. This is how the subconscious parent, teacher, or bully continues living inside the mind long after the original people disappear. And many people never question these internal voices because they heard them so early and so often that they feel normal. But normal does not mean healthy. A nervous system raised around criticism often confuses anxiety with responsibility. Calmness feels irresponsible. Self-compassion feels weak. So the person keeps driving themselves mentally harder and harder while secretly becoming more emotionally exhausted underneath. This is why healing requires awareness first. Tonight, notice how your inner voice speaks to you. Notice the tone. Notice the pressure. Notice how quickly compassion disappears the moment you make a mistake. Then ask yourself gently, whose voice does this sound like? That question can change an entire life, because many internal criticisms are inherited emotionally. A parent's disappointment, a teacher's humiliation, a bully's cruelty, a culture obsessed with perfection. These voices settle into identity quietly until people begin repeating them automatically to themselves. But the Stoics believed freedom begins when awareness interrupts unconscious patterns. You do not have to continue carrying every cruel voice that shaped your nervous system. You are allowed to question the inner critic. You are allowed to refuse emotional violence against yourself. You are allowed to correct mistakes without destroying your own dignity in the process. This does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means separating growth from self-hatred. Marcus Aurelius practiced speaking to himself with clarity instead of cruelty. He reminded himself to return to reason, to humility, to patience, not humiliation, patience, because human beings grow better through understanding than through constant inner punishment. The Stoic reset begins when you stop confusing self-attack with wisdom. A constantly critical mind does not become peaceful through more pressure. It becomes peaceful through truth. The truth that you are human. The truth that mistakes are part of learning. The truth that your worth is not erased every time you fail, struggle, or fall short. And perhaps the nervous system finally softens the moment you stop allowing old voices to define the way you speak to yourself internally. Tonight, you do not need to become perfect before deserving gentleness. You only need to stop turning your own mind into the place that hurts you most. Because the deepest freedom is not merely escaping cruel people externally. It is finally removing the cruel voices they left behind inside you. And once the inner critic takes control long enough, the mind slowly becomes afraid of stillness itself. Silence feels uncomfortable. Rest feels unfamiliar. unstructured time begins creating anxiety. So the brain starts searching for constant activity, constant distraction, constant stimulation. Not always because life truly requires it, but because busyness starts feeling emotionally safer than stillness. This is one of the most invisible addictions modern people carry, the addiction to staying mentally occupied. Some people cannot sit quietly for even a few minutes without reaching for something: a phone, music, work, notifications, conversations, tasks, noise, anything to keep the mind moving. And if movement stops, discomfort rises immediately from beneath the surface. At first, people believe they are simply productive or motivated. But often, the nervous system is using busyness as emotional protection. Constant stimulation prevents deeper emotions from reaching conscious awareness. Because stillness reveals things distraction can temporarily hide: loneliness, grief, fear, unresolved pain, emptiness, exhaustion. So the brain unconsciously learns something dangerous: if I stay busy enough, I do not have to fully feel. This is why some people panic during quiet moments without understanding why. Their nervous system associates stillness with emotional exposure. The moment life slows down, hidden thoughts begin rising. The subconscious starts speaking again. Old insecurities return. Unprocessed emotions surface. And suddenly, the person feels restless. Not because rest is harmful, but because silence removes escape routes. The Stoics understood this deeply. They practiced solitude intentionally because they knew most people spend their lives running from themselves internally. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inward, not to avoid life, but to observe the condition of his own mind honestly. He understood that a mind terrified of stillness is usually carrying unresolved emotional tension beneath the surface. And modern life intensifies this problem constantly. People wake up checking notifications, work while multitasking endlessly, consume entertainment non-stop, scroll until exhaustion, then wonder why their nervous system cannot relax at night. The brain becomes overstimulated for so long that silence begins feeling unnatural. The subconscious becomes dependent on distraction because distraction creates temporary emotional distance from discomfort. But temporary escape is not peace. It is postponement, and eventually postponed emotions return stronger. This is why nighttime often feels emotionally overwhelming for highly busy people. During the day, constant movement keeps the nervous system occupied, but at night, stimulation decreases suddenly. The brain no longer has enough distraction to suppress deeper emotional material, and the mind begins racing. Some people mistake this for random anxiety, but often the subconscious is finally revealing everything busyness kept hidden. The Stoics believed that inner peace requires learning how to sit with yourself honestly, not perfectly, honestly. But many people become frightened by this because their entire identity revolves around movement, achievement, and stimulation. The moment they slow down, they feel emotionally lost. Because busyness gave structure to emotions they never fully processed internally. A person may stay endlessly productive not because they love working, but because stopping feels psychologically dangerous. Another person may constantly consume entertainment because silence feels emotionally heavy. Another may obsessively plan, organize, or multitask because mental stimulation creates the illusion of control. The subconscious says, keep moving, do not stop. Do not feel too deeply. And over time, the nervous system forgets how to rest naturally. This creates a painful contradiction. People become exhausted from overstimulation, yet afraid of stillness at the same time. So they remain trapped between burnout and avoidance. Epictetus taught that human beings often become slaves to external habits without realizing it. and constant stimulation can absolutely become emotional dependency. Not because phones, work, or productivity are inherently bad, but because the mind starts using them to avoid inner confrontation. This is why some people feel anxious even during vacations or peaceful weekends. Without enough stimulation, the subconscious starts surfacing unresolved tension again. Suddenly they feel uncomfortable, restless, emotionally exposed. So they search for more noise, more tasks, more distraction, anything except direct contact with their own inner world. But the Stoics knew something powerful. A person who cannot sit peacefully with themselves remains internally imprisoned, no matter how externally successful they appear. Because peace is not created through endless stimulation. Peace is discovered underneath the stimulation once the nervous system stops running constantly. This does not mean abandoning ambition or productivity completely. Stoicism never rejected meaningful action, but meaningful action is different from compulsive busyness. One comes from purpose. The other comes from fear. Fear of stillness, fear of emotion, fear of confronting the self without distraction. Tonight, notice how quickly your mind searches for stimulation. Notice how uncomfortable silence sometimes feels. Notice how often you stay mentally occupied, even when your body is exhausted. Then gently ask yourself, what emotions am I trying not to hear when everything becomes quiet? That question reaches directly into the subconscious, because many forms of busyness are not really about productivity at all. They are emotional escape disguised as movement. And the nervous system becomes addicted to this escape, because distraction temporarily numbs discomfort. But numbness is not healing. It only delays the moment of confrontation. The Stoic reset begins when you stop treating stillness like danger. Breathe slowly tonight. Allow the silence to exist without immediately filling it. Notice the urge to distract yourself. Notice the discomfort without panicking, because discomfort is not destruction. Often, it is simply unfamiliarity. Your mind may have spent years believing busyness equals safety because movement once protected you emotionally, but you are allowed to learn a new relationship with stillness now. A relationship where silence does not automatically mean loneliness, where rest does not mean laziness, where calmness does not feel threatening. Marcus Aurelius wrote that people seek retreats far away from themselves, not realizing the greatest retreat exists within the mind itself when inner peace is cultivated properly. And perhaps the nervous system finally begins healing the moment you realize you no longer need constant noise just to feel safe inside your own existence. And once the mind becomes addicted to noise and distraction, another hidden burden quietly grows underneath the surface. Words that were swallowed, feelings that were buried, truths that stayed trapped inside the chest because speaking them once felt too dangerous, too painful, or too inconvenient for everyone else. Many people are not only exhausted by what happened to them, they are exhausted by everything they never allowed themselves to say, the apology they never received, the boundary they never expressed, the grief they never admitted, the love they never confessed, the anger they forced themselves to hide. And over time, these unspoken emotions begin carrying enormous emotional weight inside the nervous system. Because silence is not always peace. Sometimes silence is emotional imprisonment. This is where people often misunderstand Stoicism again. They believe Stoicism means suppressing emotion completely, remaining silent no matter what hurts, and never expressing vulnerability. But true Stoicism is not emotional repression. It is emotional discipline guided by wisdom. There is a major difference. Repression hides emotion out of fear. Stoicism observes emotion without becoming enslaved by it. A repressed person says nothing because they fear rejection, conflict, or emotional exposure. A Stoic may choose silence consciously because peace matters more than impulsive reaction. One silence comes from fear, the other comes from clarity. And many people spend years confusing the two. This creates deep emotional exhaustion because the nervous system still carries everything the mouth refused to express. The body remembers the conversations avoided, the tears swallowed, the truth hidden to keep relationships stable or avoid making others uncomfortable. At night, these buried emotions often return strongest. Not because the subconscious wants to torture you, but because unexpressed emotions continue seeking acknowledgement internally. A person says, "It does not matter anymore," but their mind replays the moment constantly. Their chest tightens, their sleep disappears. Their nervous system remains tense because the emotion was never fully processed. It was only silenced. The Stoics believed wisdom requires honesty with oneself. Marcus Aurelius constantly examined his own emotional reactions privately, even when he chose composure publicly. He did not deny emotion existed. He simply refused to become blindly controlled by it. But many people were raised in environments where emotional expression itself felt unsafe. Children told to stop crying. Teenagers mocked for vulnerability. Adults taught that staying quiet equals maturity. So the subconscious learned to suppress emotion automatically, and eventually people become disconnected from their own inner truth. They become experts at pretending not to care, pretending not to hurt, pretending not to need anything emotionally. But the nervous system always knows the difference between peace and suppression. Suppression creates tension, peace creates softness. This is why emotionally repressed people often feel physically exhausted despite appearing calm externally. Their body is holding emotional pressure constantly beneath the surface. The subconscious becomes overloaded, carrying all the things left unresolved internally. And the painful part is that many people believe they are being strong while doing this. But emotional suppression is not strength, it is survival. Real strength is being able to acknowledge pain honestly without letting pain dominate your entire identity. This balance matters deeply because human beings were never designed to carry decades of unspoken emotion without consequence. Eventually, the pressure appears somewhere. Insomnia, anxiety, emotional numbness, unexpected anger, depression, constant mental tension. The nervous system becomes overwhelmed, trying to contain what the heart never released properly. This is especially true for emotionally sensitive people. They often absorb enormous emotional weight silently because they fear burdening others or creating conflict. So, they become listeners for everyone else while quietly abandoning their own emotional needs. And over time, resentment grows invisibly, not always toward others, often toward themselves. Because part of the subconscious knows they have been betraying their own truth repeatedly. Epictetus taught that freedom comes from alignment between inner reality and outward action. But repression creates division internally. One part of the self feels deeply. Another part constantly says, "Do not show it." This inner conflict exhausts the nervous system profoundly. That is why silence can become emotionally heavy. The unspoken emotions do not disappear simply because words were withheld. They remain active beneath the surface, influencing thoughts, behaviors, relationships, and even physical health. Tonight, notice which emotions still feel trapped inside you. Notice the conversations your mind replays repeatedly. Notice where your body still feels tension connected to things never expressed honestly. Then ask yourself gently, What truth have I been carrying silently for too long? Not to force dramatic confrontation, not to unleash uncontrolled emotion, but to stop pretending your inner world does not exist. The Stoic path is not emotional denial. It is emotional responsibility. And responsibility includes acknowledging what hurts instead of burying it endlessly beneath composure. Sometimes wise silence is necessary. Not every feeling needs immediate expression. Not every conflict deserves engagement. But silence becomes harmful when it turns into self-erasure, when your emotions disappear entirely to maintain external peace, when your needs become invisible, when your truth becomes something you no longer allow yourself to feel fully. That is not Stoicism. That is emotional abandonment. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the soul becomes colored by the quality of its thoughts, and unspoken emotions often color the mind with heaviness because the subconscious keeps carrying unresolved tension internally. But healing begins when honesty returns. Quiet honesty, gentle honesty, the kind that says, "Yes, this hurt me. Yes, I needed more than I admitted. Yes, I have been carrying emotions I never gave myself permission to process." This honesty softens the nervous system because inner resistance finally decreases. You stop fighting your own emotional reality. You stop forcing yourself to appear unaffected. You stop confusing numbness with peace. And perhaps true Stoic calm is not found in becoming emotionally silent forever. Perhaps it is found in becoming emotionally honest enough that silence no longer feels heavy inside your chest. Because the deepest peace is not created by suppressing what you feel. It is created by learning how to hold your feelings with wisdom instead of fear. And once emotions stay buried long enough, the body begins carrying them in places the conscious mind no longer notices. In the shoulders, in the chest, in the stomach, in the constant tension that never fully disappears even during peaceful moments. Because the truth is, human beings do not escape painful environments as completely as they think they do. Sometimes the person leaves the environment, but the nervous system stays behind. This is one of the deepest reasons people struggle to feel safe, even after life improves. Their surroundings may have changed completely, yet their body still reacts as if the old danger is nearby. The subconscious continues following survival patterns created years ago because the nervous system does not automatically update itself the moment external circumstances change. It remembers, not always through thoughts, but through reactions. A loud voice suddenly creates anxiety. Silence feels emotionally threatening. Certain tones trigger tension instantly. Rest feels unsafe. Unexpected messages create panic. The body reacts before logic even has time to explain why. This happens because the nervous system stores emotional memory differently than the conscious mind. You may intellectually know you are no longer trapped in the painful environment, but the body still carries the imprint of what survival once required, and survival changes people deeply. A child raised around unpredictable anger learns to stay hyper-aware constantly. A person emotionally abandoned learns to fear disconnection. Someone who experienced betrayal learns to scan for dishonesty everywhere. Someone forced to stay emotionally guarded for years struggles to relax even in healthy relationships. These patterns are not weakness, they are nervous system adaptations. The Stoics understood that repeated experiences shape perception profoundly. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to examine his reactions carefully because he knew the mind easily becomes conditioned by fear, pain, and habit. But many people never pause long enough to recognize that their reactions are often connected to old environments rather than present reality. So the body keeps responding to the past automatically, and this creates enormous exhaustion. Because living in survival mode requires constant energy, the nervous system remains alert, the muscles stay tense, the mind keeps scanning for emotional danger, even during ordinary moments. This is why some people feel tired all the time despite resting physically. Their nervous system never truly powers down. Internally, the body still believes vigilance is necessary for emotional survival, and nighttime often reveals this most clearly. The body lies in bed exhausted, but the nervous system remains alert underneath the surface. The mind keeps listening for danger. Thoughts race. Sleep feels shallow. Small sounds trigger wakefulness. The body behaves as if it must stay prepared emotionally at all times. Many people blame themselves for this. They say, "Why can't I just relax? Why am I still anxious? Why does my body feel tense even when life is calm?" But healing becomes possible the moment you understand something important. Your nervous system learned these patterns to protect you once. The body adapted to survive emotional environments that felt unsafe, unpredictable, critical, chaotic, or unstable. And adaptation kept you functioning during those periods. But survival patterns carried into peaceful environments eventually become suffering. Because the body continues preparing for wars that already ended. Epictetus taught that suffering often comes not only from events themselves, but from the impressions those events leave behind in the mind. And painful environments leave deep impressions inside the nervous system. The subconscious begins expecting instability automatically because instability became familiar. This is why peace can feel strangely uncomfortable at first. A calm environment may intellectually feel safe, but emotionally, the body still waits for disruption. The nervous system becomes suspicious of peace because historically, calm moments were often followed by pain, criticism, abandonment, or conflict. So the body never fully lets go. And over time, this constant alertness creates emotional burnout. The person becomes easily overwhelmed, easily overstimulated, easily exhausted socially and emotionally, not because they are weak, but because their nervous system has been carrying invisible tension for years. This tension often becomes identity without people realizing it. They call themselves naturally anxious, always stressed, just sensitive. But beneath these labels is often a body still reacting to old environments unconsciously. The Stoic path offers something powerful here. Awareness without self-condemnation. Marcus Aurelius practiced observing his inner state calmly instead of attacking himself for every reaction. This matters deeply because healing the nervous system requires safety, not self-hatred. The body cannot relax while being constantly judged internally. Tonight, notice where your body still carries tension automatically. Notice which situations trigger disproportionate emotional reactions. Notice how quickly your nervous system prepares for danger, even during harmless moments. Then gently ask yourself, is my body reacting to this moment or to an old environment it still remembers? That question creates enormous clarity because many present fears are actually echoes of past survival patterns, and awareness begins separating the past from the present slowly. The Stoic reset is not about forcing yourself to stop feeling anxious instantly. It is about teaching the nervous system gradually that life is no longer exactly what it once was. That every silence is not danger, every disagreement is not catastrophe, every delay is not abandonment, every mistake is not humiliation. The body must learn safety through repeated calm awareness, not through force, not through shame, but through gentle repetition. Breathe slowly tonight. Feel the bed beneath your body. Notice the tension without fighting it aggressively. Your nervous system has spent years trying to protect you the only way it knew how, but you are allowed to teach it something new now. You are allowed to exist without constant emotional armor. You are allowed to stop preparing for disaster every second. You are allowed to experience calmness without immediately waiting for it to disappear. Marcus Aurelius wrote that nowhere can a person find a quieter retreat than within their own mind. But for many wounded nervous systems, the mind stopped feeling like a safe place long ago. Healing begins when safety slowly returns inward again, not all at once, but moment by moment, breath by breath, until the body finally understands something it has not fully believed for a very long time. The danger is not everywhere anymore, and perhaps true peace begins the moment your nervous system realizes it no longer has to survive every moment as if the past is still happening. And when the nervous system spends years surviving unstable environments, many people quietly develop another hidden coping mechanism. They begin believing their value must constantly be earned, not through existence, not through character alone, but through performance. Achievement becomes safety, productivity becomes identity, and rest begins feeling emotionally dangerous. This is how performance addiction is born. At first it looks admirable from the outside: the hard-working person, the high achiever, the reliable one, the person always pushing forward, always improving, always accomplishing something. Society praises this behavior constantly, but beneath the surface, many people are not driven only by ambition. They are driven by fear. Fear of becoming irrelevant, fear of disappointing others, fear of being ordinary, fear that if they stop achieving, they will stop mattering. And this fear quietly destroys inner stillness, because the subconscious becomes trapped in a painful equation. My worth depends on what I produce. Once the nervous system absorbs this belief deeply enough, peace becomes extremely difficult. Every moment of rest creates guilt. Every pause feels irresponsible. Every failure feels personal. The mind never fully relaxes because it constantly feels pressure to maintain value through performance. This often begins very early in life. A child receives praise mainly when succeeding. Love becomes connected to achievement. Attention comes through performance. Approval comes through being useful, impressive, or exceptional. So the subconscious learns, to be valued, I must constantly prove myself. And once this pattern forms, the nervous system stays trapped inside endless striving. Even after success arrives, that is the painful part. Performance addiction never truly feels satisfied, because the problem was never achievement itself. The problem was using achievement to repair hidden insecurity internally. So no accomplishment fully calms the mind for long. A goal is reached. Relief appears briefly. Then the anxiety returns. What next? What if I lose this? Am I doing enough? The nervous system stays restless because it mistakes movement for worthiness. This is why highly successful people are often secretly exhausted. Their body may achieve externally, while their inner world remains emotionally starved. They keep chasing because stopping forces them to confront something uncomfortable. Who are they without constant performance? The Stoics understood this trap deeply. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that external recognition, status, and achievement are temporary, not meaningless, but unstable. And if your identity becomes completely attached to external success, inner peace disappears the moment success fluctuates. Yet modern culture intensifies this performance obsession constantly. People compare achievements daily: careers, money, followers, productivity, appearance, lifestyle. The subconscious absorbs all of it quietly. Even when people claim they do not care, the nervous system still feels the pressure. Suddenly, existence itself starts feeling like competition, and competition destroys stillness, because the mind keeps asking, am I ahead enough? Am I wasting time? Should I be doing more? This creates one of the most exhausting emotional states possible, the inability to feel worthy while resting. A person may physically stop working, yet mentally they remain active constantly, planning, comparing, improving, worrying. The nervous system becomes addicted to striving because striving once created emotional validation. This is why nighttime often feels uncomfortable for performance-driven minds. During the day, busyness creates temporary reassurance. Productivity creates distraction. But at night, the achievements become quiet. The emails stop, the tasks disappear, and the subconscious begins asking deeper questions. Who am I beyond what I accomplish? That question terrifies many people. Because if identity was built entirely around performance, stillness begins feeling empty instead of peaceful. Epictetus taught that human beings suffer when they attach their worth to things outside their control. Performance addiction does exactly this. Self-worth becomes dependent on outcomes, praise, success, and productivity, but all external outcomes fluctuate eventually. So the nervous system never feels secure. This creates chronic internal pressure. People begin living as if they are constantly being evaluated. Every mistake feels catastrophic. Every slowdown feels dangerous. Every failure feels like proof of inadequacy. The subconscious becomes obsessed with earning worthiness repeatedly. But worthiness cannot be earned permanently through achievement, because the moment self-worth depends entirely on performance, peace becomes conditional. I can rest once I achieve enough. I can relax once everything is perfect. I can feel valuable once I prove myself completely. But the finish line keeps moving forever. The Stoic path offers something radically different. Inner value rooted in character rather than constant external validation. Marcus Aurelius focused deeply on virtues like honesty, wisdom, discipline, patience, and integrity, because these qualities remain internally stable even when external success changes. This shifts the nervous system profoundly, because instead of asking, "What must I accomplish to deserve peace?" the mind begins asking, "How can I live with integrity regardless of outcomes?" That question softens the endless pressure. Tonight, notice how often your mind measures your worth through productivity. Notice how difficult it feels to simply exist without proving something. Notice the guilt that appears during rest. Then gently ask yourself, when did I begin believing I had to earn the right to feel enough? That question reaches into the subconscious deeply, because many performance-driven people were never taught unconditional emotional safety. They learned love through usefulness, validation through achievement, attention through excellence. So the nervous system became addicted to proving value constantly. But you are not a machine designed only for output. You are a human being. And human beings require rest emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually. The Stoic reset begins when you stop treating your life like an endless audition for worthiness. Breathe slowly tonight. Allow yourself to exist without immediately measuring your value. You do not need to outperform everyone to deserve peace. You do not need to constantly achieve to justify your existence. You do not need to spend every waking moment proving your importance to the world. Because perhaps the deepest form of freedom is finally realizing your worth was never supposed to depend entirely on how much you produce. And perhaps true stillness begins the moment you stop trying to earn through exhaustion what should have been given to you through simple human dignity all along. And once the mind becomes addicted to proving its worth through performance, something even more painful begins happening quietly underneath the surface. Rest itself starts feeling wrong. Relaxation creates discomfort. Free time becomes emotionally heavy instead of restorative, and many people slowly develop a strange form of guilt that follows them any time they stop producing. This is the hidden psychology of productivity shame, a nervous system so conditioned by pressure that peace begins feeling undeserved. Some people sit down to rest, but their mind refuses to let them settle. Almost immediately, thoughts begin attacking from the background. You should be doing something. You're wasting time. Other people are working harder. You're falling behind. Even during moments meant for recovery, the subconscious keeps demanding more effort, more movement, more achievement. The body may stop physically, but mentally the person remains trapped inside invisible pressure. This is why some individuals never feel truly rested no matter how much time passes. Their nervous system no longer understands rest emotionally. It only understands productivity. And this pattern often starts much earlier than people realize. A child praised only for achievement. A household where exhaustion was normalized. An environment where slowing down was called laziness. A culture obsessed with constant hustle and comparison. Over time, the subconscious absorbs a dangerous belief. My value decreases when I am not productive. Once that belief settles deeply enough, guilt appears every time stillness enters life. And guilt is exhausting, because guilt turns rest into conflict. Instead of relaxing peacefully, the person spends the entire time mentally negotiating with themselves. One part of the mind desperately needs recovery, another part keeps applying pressure. So even vacations become stressful, weekends feel unproductive, sleep feels like lost time. The nervous system becomes trapped in endless psychological acceleration. The Stoics understood how destructive attachment to external achievement could become. Seneca warned that many people spend their lives rushing constantly without ever truly living. They move endlessly from task to task, goal to goal, pressure to pressure, while internally remaining disconnected from peace entirely. And modern life rewards this disconnection constantly. People glorify burnout, wear exhaustion like a badge of honor, treat overworking as moral superiority. Suddenly, being busy becomes linked to being valuable. And the subconscious begins fearing stillness because stillness threatens identity. If productivity defines worth, then slowing down feels emotionally dangerous. This creates a painful contradiction. The body desperately needs rest, but the mind punishes rest internally. So people become emotionally trapped between exhaustion and guilt. The Stoics believed true discipline includes knowing when to pause. Marcus Aurelius understood that the mind cannot remain wise when permanently overstimulated and exhausted. But many people today confuse self-destruction with ambition. They believe constant pressure is necessary for success. Yet pressure without recovery eventually breaks the nervous system. And often the signs appear quietly first. Difficulty sleeping, irritability, emotional numbness, loss of joy, feeling restless during calm moments. The inability to enjoy life without mentally calculating productivity. This happens because the nervous system becomes conditioned to constant activation, adrenaline, pressure, deadlines, goals. The body adapts to this rhythm until calmness itself feels emotionally unfamiliar. And when calmness feels unfamiliar, guilt fills the space where peace should exist. Many people secretly fear that if they stop pushing themselves, they will lose control of their life entirely. The subconscious believes constant effort prevents failure, rejection, or irrelevance. So the mind keeps driving the body harder and harder, even when exhaustion becomes overwhelming. But exhaustion does not create clarity. It clouds it. Epictetus taught that freedom comes from separating inner worth from external circumstances. Productivity shame does the opposite. It chains identity completely to output. The person stops seeing themselves as human beings and starts seeing themselves as machines whose value depends entirely on performance. And machines are never allowed to rest emotionally. Only humans are. This is why healing productivity shame requires more than simply taking breaks. The nervous system itself must learn that rest is not failure, that slowing down does not erase worth, that existence itself does not require endless justification through achievement. Tonight, notice how your mind reacts to stillness. Notice how quickly guilt appears when nothing is being accomplished. Notice how difficult it feels to relax without mentally defending your right to rest. Then gently ask yourself, who taught me that my value disappears when I stop producing? That question reaches into the subconscious deeply. Because many people inherited productivity shame from environments where emotional needs were ignored while achievement was praised endlessly. They learned to survive through usefulness, to earn attention through performance, to avoid criticism through constant effort. And eventually, the nervous system forgot how to simply exist peacefully. But the Stoic path is not endless self-punishment. It is balanced living rooted in awareness. Marcus Aurelius practiced discipline, yes, but he also practiced reflection, stillness, and perspective. He understood that life is not meant to become constant psychological warfare against oneself. You do not honor your existence by destroying yourself slowly through exhaustion. You honor it by living consciously. And conscious living requires rest, not lazy avoidance, not emotional escape, but true restoration, the kind that allows the nervous system to soften again, the kind that reminds the body it no longer has to earn permission to breathe. Breathe slowly tonight. Allow yourself to stop measuring your value for a moment. The world may continue glorifying endless productivity, but your nervous system was not designed to live permanently under pressure. You are allowed to pause, allowed to slow down, allowed to recover without shame. Because rest is not something weak people need. Rest is something human beings need. And perhaps true healing begins the moment you stop apologizing internally every time your exhausted mind asks for peace instead of pressure. And after years of carrying productivity shame, many people eventually reach a point where slowing down feels almost unbearable. Not because they truly love constant pressure, but because movement became the only thing keeping certain emotions buried. Busyness created distance from pain. Distraction created temporary relief. So the nervous system slowly learned to fear stillness itself. This is why some people keep filling every empty moment automatically. Music in every silence. Phones during every pause. Tasks during every quiet evening. Endless scrolling before sleep. Constant mental stimulation from morning until exhaustion. Not always because they enjoy it, but because slowing down would force them into direct contact with themselves again. And for many people that feels terrifying, because silence reveals what distraction hides, the loneliness hidden beneath busyness, the grief hidden beneath achievement, the insecurity hidden beneath confidence, the exhaustion hidden beneath productivity. The subconscious knows this, even if the conscious mind does not fully understand it. So the nervous system keeps avoiding stillness automatically. It pushes toward movement, stimulation, noise, and distraction because emotional confrontation feels dangerous. This creates one of the deepest modern addictions, the addiction to escaping inward stillness. Many people believe they are simply keeping busy, but underneath the surface, they are often running emotionally. running from unresolved thoughts, running from uncomfortable memories, running from the fear of confronting their true emotional condition without distractions protecting them. And the longer this continues, the more silence begins feeling emotionally threatening. The Stoics understood this deeply. They intentionally practiced solitude and reflection because they knew that a person who cannot sit peacefully with themselves remains internally divided. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inward, not to escape reality, but to meet reality honestly. He understood that wisdom cannot grow properly inside constant distraction. But many nervous systems today are overwhelmed by stimulation constantly. Notifications, news, comparison, entertainment, pressure, information. The mind rarely becomes truly quiet anymore. And while distraction can temporarily numb discomfort, it also prevents emotional clarity. Because clarity often arrives in silence. And silence exposes what the subconscious has been carrying all along. That is why slowing down can suddenly create emotional discomfort people do not expect. A person finally gets time alone, and instead of feeling peaceful, anxiety rises, sadness rises, restlessness rises. Their body feels uncomfortable without external stimulation because the nervous system has spent years avoiding stillness. This is not weakness, it is conditioning. The subconscious became dependent on distraction because distraction delayed emotional confrontation. But delayed emotions never disappear permanently. They wait quietly beneath activity until the mind becomes still enough to notice them again. The Stoics believed that suffering grows when people constantly seek escape instead of understanding. Epictetus taught that peace comes not from controlling the external world endlessly, but from understanding the internal one honestly. And this is where many people struggle, because distraction feels easier than self-confrontation. It feels easier to stay busy than to ask difficult emotional questions. Easier to scroll than to sit quietly with loneliness. Easier to overwork than to acknowledge emptiness. Easier to consume noise than to hear what the nervous system has been trying to say all along. But eventually, exhaustion catches up. And when exhaustion arrives, distraction stops working as effectively. The body becomes tired. The mind becomes overloaded. The nervous system begins demanding stillness, whether the person feels ready or not. This often happens late at night. The distractions weaken. The room becomes quiet, and suddenly the emotional reality underneath everything begins surfacing. Thoughts long avoided return. Questions appear. Am I actually happy? What have I been running from? Why do I feel so empty when life slows down? These moments can feel frightening because they expose emotional truths, distraction temporarily covered up. But they are also deeply important moments, because healing rarely begins through endless avoidance. Healing begins through awareness. The Stoic path is not about fearing silence. It is about learning how to remain steady inside it. Marcus Aurelius understood that external noise constantly pulls people away from themselves, but inner stillness allows truth to become visible, not always comfortable truth, but necessary truth. This is why slowing down feels difficult for many wounded nervous systems. Silence removes the protective layer between the conscious mind and unresolved emotion. Suddenly, the person feels everything they spent years trying not to feel, and the instinct is often to escape again immediately. More stimulation, more movement, more noise. But peace cannot grow properly inside endless avoidance. Tonight, notice how quickly your mind reaches for distraction during quiet moments. Notice the discomfort that appears when external stimulation decreases. Notice how silence changes your emotional awareness. Then gently ask yourself, what am I afraid silence will reveal about me? That question reaches deeply into the subconscious. Because often the fear is not silence itself. The fear is emotional honesty. The fear is discovering how tired you truly are, how lonely, how hurt, how disconnected from yourself you may have become beneath years of distraction and performance. But the Stoics believed awareness is the beginning of freedom, not destruction. You do not heal by avoiding your inner world forever. You heal by slowly becoming safe enough to witness it honestly. This does not mean drowning in painful emotion constantly. It means learning how to sit quietly without immediately abandoning yourself through distraction. Breathe slowly tonight. Allow silence to exist for a moment without filling it immediately. Notice the thoughts that rise. Notice the emotions underneath the restlessness, not with panic, with curiosity, because silence is not your enemy. Silence is often where the subconscious finally becomes audible, and perhaps the greatest reason people fear slowing down is because stillness removes the distractions that once protected them from seeing how much healing their inner world still needs. But perhaps true peace begins the moment you stop running from what silence has been trying to show you all along. And once silence finally begins revealing what distraction kept hidden, many people discover something surprising about their inner world. Their mind is overcrowded, not only with thoughts, but with emotional clutter collected over years of unresolved experiences, fears, attachments, disappointments, regrets, comparisons, and invisible psychological weight. The nervous system becomes like a house filled with things nobody ever sorted through properly. Old conversations still sitting in the corners, painful memories stacked quietly in the background, unfinished fears taking up space, resentments never released, self-judgments repeated so often they became permanent furniture inside the mind, and eventually the subconscious becomes overwhelmed by everything it continues carrying emotionally. This is why some people feel mentally exhausted before the day even begins. Their inner world has become crowded with too much unresolved emotional weight. Too many thoughts competing for attention, too many fears running in the background, too many invisible attachments draining energy constantly. The mind keeps collecting, but rarely releases. And what many people call overthinking is often emotional overcrowding. The subconscious never gets to breathe because it is holding too much at once. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed peace required simplicity, not only in the external world, but inside the mind itself. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced returning his thoughts to what truly mattered, instead of allowing unnecessary mental noise to consume his attention. But modern minds are overwhelmed constantly. Information, comparison, opinions, notifications, past pain, future fears, endless stimulation. The subconscious absorbs enormous amounts of emotional material every single day, yet few people intentionally clear any of it away. So the nervous system becomes mentally cluttered without realizing it. This clutter appears in many forms. Old guilt you still carry even after years have passed. Resentment toward people no longer present in your life. Fear about situations that may never happen. Attachments to versions of yourself you already outgrew. Obsessive comparison with strangers. Mental replay loops. Emotional responsibilities that were never truly yours to carry. Each one takes up psychological space. And eventually, inner peace becomes difficult because the mind has no room left for stillness. This is why many people feel emotionally heavy without understanding why. It is not always one major trauma destroying their peace. Sometimes it is the accumulation of hundreds of unresolved emotional fragments the subconscious never learned to release properly. The Stoics practiced something powerful: mental minimalism. Not emotional numbness, not denial, but intentional clarity. the ability to separate what truly deserves mental energy from what only creates unnecessary suffering. Epictetus taught that much of human misery comes from attaching attention to things outside our control, and emotional clutter often grows through attachment to old pain, old identities, old fears, old expectations, old opinions. The mind keeps storing emotional material long after it stops serving growth, and the nervous system becomes crowded by the weight of everything left unresolved internally. This affects sleep deeply, because nighttime removes distraction and reveals the full condition of the inner world. Suddenly, every unresolved fear begins competing for attention. Every emotional attachment rises. Every unfinished thought becomes louder. The brain struggles to rest because internally there is too much noise, too much clutter. This is why some people feel immediate relief after emotionally letting something go. Not because the external situation changed instantly, but because the nervous system finally released some psychological weight. Human beings are not designed to carry endless emotional baggage permanently, yet many people do exactly that. They carry regrets from 10 years ago, arguments that ended long ago, shame tied to old mistakes, fear tied to imagined futures, and slowly the subconscious becomes overloaded. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly to focus only on what truly belongs to the present moment, because mental clutter steals presence constantly. The mind becomes trapped, either carrying the past or anticipating the future, while missing the simplicity of what exists now. This is why Stoic mental minimalism creates peace. It teaches the nervous system to stop carrying unnecessary psychological weight, not through avoidance, through discernment. Asking honestly, does this thought deserve permanent space inside my mind? Is this fear helping me? Is this resentment protecting me or poisoning me? Why am I still carrying this emotionally? These questions clear internal space gradually, because many thoughts survive only through unconscious repetition, and awareness weakens repetition. Tonight, notice how crowded your mind feels. Notice how many emotional responsibilities you continue carrying unnecessarily. Notice the fears, memories, resentments, and comparisons competing constantly for mental energy. Then gently ask yourself, what emotional weight no longer belongs in my inner world? That question matters deeply, because many people continue carrying identities, wounds, and attachments simply because they became familiar. But familiar suffering is still suffering. The Stoics believed inner peace comes from alignment with reality, not endless mental accumulation. A peaceful mind is not a mind that never thinks deeply. It is a mind that knows how to release what no longer serves wisdom, growth, or truth. This requires courage, because emotional clutter often feels connected to identity. Some people fear releasing resentment because resentment became part of their story. Some fear releasing old pain because pain became proof of what they survived. Some fear releasing constant worry because worry feels like preparation. But peace requires space. The nervous system softens when unnecessary mental weight finally leaves. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need to carry every painful memory forever to honor your past. You do not need to keep replaying old fears to protect yourself. You do not need to emotionally hoard every regret, disappointment, or insecurity your mind collected over the years. Some thoughts deserve reflection, others only deserve release. And perhaps true inner peace begins the moment you stop treating your mind like a storage room for every painful thing life ever handed you. Because healing is not only about learning what to hold on to, it is also about finally learning what you are allowed to put down. And once the mind becomes overloaded with emotional clutter, Another hidden force often begins growing quietly underneath the surface. A force many people barely recognize because they have spent years trying to appear calm, mature, composed, and emotionally controlled. Anger. Not always explosive anger, not screaming, not violence, but silent rage. The kind buried so deeply that even the person carrying it no longer realizes how much resentment lives inside them. Because exhaustion is not always caused by doing too much. Sometimes it is caused by feeling too much for too long without release. Many people are secretly carrying anger they never gave themselves permission to acknowledge. Anger toward people who betrayed them, controlled them, ignored them, used them, manipulated them, abandoned them, criticized them, and because expressing that anger once felt unsafe, inappropriate or dangerous, the subconscious pushed it down instead. But buried anger does not disappear. It stays active inside the nervous system. This is why some people feel emotionally tense all the time without understanding why. Their body is still holding emotional resistance internally. The mind keeps replaying injustice. The nervous system remains alert because unresolved anger continues searching for resolution beneath the surface. And often this anger disguises itself as other emotions: irritability, emotional numbness, chronic exhaustion, restlessness, sarcasm, overthinking, even depression sometimes. Because anger turned inward becomes emotional heaviness. The Stoics understood anger deeply. They did not deny its existence. In fact, Seneca wrote extensively about how destructive, unmanaged anger becomes when left unconscious. But Stoicism never taught emotional suppression. It taught emotional awareness before reaction. This matters because many people confuse calm appearance with genuine peace. A person may look composed externally while carrying enormous rage internally. Rage toward childhood experiences, toward lost years, toward unfair treatment, toward themselves. And the nervous system keeps carrying this emotional tension every day. That is exhausting, because anger is activating by nature. It keeps the body alert, tight, hyper-aware, ready for conflict. The subconscious stays energized emotionally even during moments meant for rest. Sleep becomes shallow because unresolved resentment keeps replaying internally. This is why nighttime overthinking often contains hidden anger underneath it. The mind revisits old conversations repeatedly. Imaginary arguments continue. Resentment resurfaces, not because the subconscious enjoys suffering, but because unresolved anger seeks acknowledgement. Many people were taught early in life that anger itself was unacceptable, so they learned to suppress it automatically. Be nice. Stay respectful. Do not overreact. Do not cause problems. Over time, the nervous system learned to disconnect from anger consciously while still carrying it unconsciously, and this creates emotional confusion. A person says, "I'm not angry," but their body stays tense constantly. Their patience disappears quickly. Their mind keeps replaying unfair situations. Their nervous system never fully relaxes, because unacknowledged anger still lives underneath the surface. The Stoics believed emotions become dangerous when unconscious. Marcus Aurelius practiced observing emotional reactions carefully so they would not secretly control his inner state. He understood that denying emotion completely only strengthens its hidden influence. And anger hidden beneath exhaustion often becomes especially powerful because the person no longer recognizes its source clearly. They simply feel drained, heavy, irritated by everything, emotionally tired without understanding why. But beneath the exhaustion is often accumulated resentment. Resentment for constantly giving without receiving. Resentment for staying silent too long. Resentment for tolerating mistreatment. Resentment for abandoning personal needs repeatedly. and sometimes deepest of all, resentment toward oneself, because many people secretly feel angry at the versions of themselves that stayed in painful situations too long, ignored red flags, tolerated disrespect, or kept sacrificing inner peace for others. This inner anger keeps the subconscious active constantly. The nervous system remains emotionally engaged with the past instead of settling into rest. Epictetus taught that suffering increases when people stay emotionally attached to what they cannot change. And unresolved anger often comes from resisting painful reality internally. This should not have happened. They should have treated me differently. I lost too much. The mind keeps fighting the past emotionally long after events are over. And this internal fight drains enormous energy. The Stoic path is not about pretending anger does not exist. It is about transforming anger into clarity rather than allowing it to become poison. There is a difference between acknowledging anger and becoming consumed by it. Acknowledgement creates awareness. Suppression creates internal pressure. Tonight, notice where hidden anger may still exist inside you. Notice which memories still create tightness in your chest or tension in your body. Notice where resentment still quietly lives beneath exhaustion. Then ask yourself gently, what anger have I been carrying silently for too long? Not with shame, not with fear, but with honesty. Because anger itself is not proof of weakness. Often, anger simply reveals where pain crossed personal boundaries internally. The nervous system softens when truth is acknowledged. Sometimes healing begins not by forcing forgiveness immediately, but by first admitting honestly, yes, that hurt me deeply. Yes, part of me is still angry. Yes, I have been carrying resentment beneath my exhaustion. This honesty matters, because denied anger does not become wisdom automatically. It becomes stored tension, and stored tension keeps the subconscious restless. The Stoics believed true strength comes from self-mastery, not emotional denial. A wise person observes anger carefully, learns from it, then gradually releases attachment to it instead of feeding it endlessly. This release does not happen through pretending the pain never mattered. It happens through refusing to let old resentment permanently occupy the inner world. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need to carry every injustice forever to validate your suffering. You do not need to replay old betrayals endlessly to prove they hurt. You do not need to stay emotionally at war with the past forever, because unresolved anger keeps the nervous system trapped in conflict long after the external battle ended. And perhaps peace begins the moment you finally stop asking your exhausted mind to continue carrying emotional fire that was never meant to burn inside you forever. And once anger begins losing its grip on the nervous system, another quieter form of suffering often reveals itself underneath. Not rage, not sadness, but endless uncertainty. A mind trapped inside imagined possibilities, imagined disasters, imagined alternate lives. What if I had chosen differently? What if everything goes wrong? What if I fail? What if I never recover? The human mind has an incredible ability to create suffering from events that never even happen. And nowhere is this more exhausting than inside the prison of what-if thinking. Many people spend years mentally living inside futures that do not exist yet. The subconscious becomes obsessed with predicting outcomes, avoiding mistakes, controlling uncertainty, and mentally rehearsing every possible danger before it arrives. At first, this feels responsible, prepared, intelligent, but eventually it becomes psychological imprisonment, because the nervous system never fully rests while constantly anticipating potential catastrophe. This is one of the deepest hidden causes of chronic overthinking. The mind believes uncertainty itself is dangerous, so it keeps searching endlessly for certainty before allowing peace. But certainty never fully arrives. Life remains unpredictable. People change. Plans fail. Unexpected events happen. And because uncertainty can never be eliminated completely, the anxious mind stays trapped in permanent mental preparation. This creates emotional exhaustion that many people barely recognize. They are not only tired from life itself, they are tired from constantly trying to mentally control life before it unfolds. The Stoics understood this deeply. In fact, surrendering to uncertainty sits at the center of Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that human beings suffer greatly when demanding control over what was never fully controllable to begin with. And what if thinking is fundamentally about control? The mind says, if I analyze enough, maybe I can prevent pain. If I prepare enough, maybe nothing bad will happen. If I think through every outcome, maybe I will finally feel safe. But the nervous system becomes trapped in endless vigilance instead, because every solved fear creates another possible fear immediately afterward. This is why anxious minds often cannot stop overthinking even after receiving reassurance. The issue is not lack of answers. The issue is intolerance of uncertainty itself. And uncertainty terrifies the subconscious because uncertainty feels emotionally vulnerable. No guarantees, no perfect protection, no complete control. So the mind keeps spinning endlessly, searching for impossible certainty. At night, this becomes especially intense. Silence removes distraction. The future becomes louder. The brain begins constructing imagined scenarios automatically. What if I lose everything? What if people leave? What if my health fails? What if I wasted my life? The nervous system reacts emotionally to imagined futures as if they are already happening. The body tightens. Sleep disappears. The subconscious enters survival mode over possibilities that may never occur. And this is exhausting beyond words, because the mind keeps trying to survive futures that do not exist yet. The Stoics practiced something radically different: surrender. Not passive helplessness, not giving up, but accepting uncertainty without becoming emotionally destroyed by it. Epictetus taught that peace begins when people focus their energy only on what truly belongs within their control: their character, choices, perspective, and response. Everything else remains partly uncertain, no matter how hard the mind tries to dominate it mentally. This realization changes everything, because what-if thinking survives through illusion. The illusion that enough worrying can create total safety. But worrying never guarantees protection. It only guarantees tension. The subconscious becomes addicted to anticipation, because anticipation creates temporary illusion of control. Yet underneath this behavior is usually fear. Fear of pain, fear of failure, fear of unpredictability, fear of helplessness. And often, people who struggle most with what-if thinking grew up in emotionally unstable environments. Their nervous system learned that staying mentally prepared helped them survive uncertainty earlier in life. So now the brain keeps scanning the future, automatically looking for danger before it appears. But survival habits carried too long become suffering. The body remains alert constantly. The mind never fully arrives in the present moment, and peace keeps getting postponed until certainty finally appears, except certainty never fully does. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly not to disturb himself with imagined futures, because most suffering lives in anticipation, not reality itself. This does not mean ignoring practical preparation. Stoicism values wisdom and responsibility deeply, but preparation becomes unhealthy when it transforms into endless psychological obsession. There is a difference between planning wisely and mentally torturing yourself with hypothetical disasters all night. Tonight, notice how often your mind drifts into imagined futures automatically. Notice how quickly uncertainty creates tension. Notice how many fears are connected to possibilities rather than present realities. Then gently ask yourself, what am I trying to control mentally that was never fully mine to control? That question softens the nervous system deeply, because much anxiety comes from fighting reality internally, fighting uncertainty, fighting unpredictability, fighting the truth that life itself cannot be perfectly controlled. But surrender changes the relationship with fear, not weak surrender, wise surrender, the kind that says, I cannot control every outcome, but I can control how I meet life. That is Stoic strength, not certainty, steadiness, the ability to remain grounded even while life remains uncertain. The nervous system heals when it stops demanding guarantees before allowing itself peace. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need to mentally solve every possible future before resting. You do not need to rehearse every disaster before sleep. You do not need to carry the weight of tomorrow inside your chest tonight. The future has not arrived yet. And perhaps one of the greatest forms of freedom is finally realizing that peace does not come from controlling uncertainty. It comes from no longer needing certainty to feel safe within yourself. And once the mind becomes trapped in fear of uncertainty, something even more confusing begins happening beneath the surface. The subconscious starts choosing what feels familiar, even when what feels familiar is painful. This is one of the hardest truths human beings eventually face. People do not always choose what is healthy. Very often they choose what feels emotionally known. And sometimes, suffering feels more familiar to the nervous system than peace itself. That is why many people unconsciously recreate the same emotional pain over and over again. The same toxic relationship patterns, the same self-sabotage, the same anxiety loops, the same emotional dynamics that once wounded them deeply, not because they enjoy pain consciously, but because the nervous system mistakes familiarity for safety. A person raised around emotional chaos may later feel uncomfortable inside calm relationships. Someone who grew up feeling ignored may unconsciously chase emotionally unavailable people. Someone used to criticism may distrust kindness and feel suspicious of genuine support. The subconscious keeps recreating emotional environments it already understands, even when those environments create suffering. This is one of the deepest forms of emotional conditioning. The body becomes attached to emotional familiarity, even painful familiarity. The Stoics understood how habits shape identity and suffering. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that repeated thoughts and behaviors eventually become the architecture of the mind itself, and many people unknowingly build their emotional life around patterns created during painful seasons they never fully healed from. Over time, the nervous system adapts to suffering so deeply that peace begins feeling emotionally foreign. Calmness feels boring. Healthy love feels unfamiliar. Stability feels suspicious. So the subconscious pulls the person back toward emotional intensity because intensity feels emotionally recognizable. This creates a hidden addiction to suffering, not because pain feels good, but because unpredictability, anxiety, longing, struggle, and emotional tension became psychologically associated with connection, identity, or survival earlier in life. The subconscious says, "This feeling is familiar, therefore it must be safe," even when it is destroying inner peace. This is why some people leave healthy situations and return to painful ones repeatedly. Logic alone cannot override nervous system conditioning easily. The body often seeks emotional environments matching what it learned early in life. And if suffering became emotionally familiar, the subconscious may continue recreating it automatically. This becomes especially visible at night. The mind replays painful memories, romanticizes old emotional wounds, reopens heartbreak, returns mentally to old rejection, not because the person consciously wants pain, but because the nervous system has become emotionally attached to certain suffering patterns. This is deeply exhausting, because the subconscious keeps reopening emotional wounds, trying to find familiarity instead of freedom. The Stoics believed human beings often become trapped by unconscious attachment. Epictetus warned that people repeatedly cling to what harms them because they mistake attachment for necessity. And emotional suffering can absolutely become attachment. Some people become attached to victimhood. Some become attached to emotional chaos. Some become attached to longing. Some become attached to endless struggle because struggle became identity. Without realizing it, the nervous system begins fearing healing itself, because healing would require emotional unfamiliarity, and unfamiliarity feels dangerous to conditioned minds. This explains why true peace sometimes feels uncomfortable at first. A calm life may create anxiety because the nervous system keeps waiting for disruption. Healthy relationships may feel emotionally strange because the subconscious expects instability. Rest may feel guilty because struggle became associated with worthiness. The body remains addicted to old emotional chemistry: adrenaline, tension, hypervigilance, longing, pain. The nervous system learned these states so deeply that stillness feels emotionally empty in comparison. But this is not destiny. It is conditioning, and conditioning can change through awareness. Marcus Aurelius understood that freedom begins when unconscious patterns become visible. Once a person sees their emotional habits clearly, they stop blindly obeying them automatically. Tonight, notice which forms of emotional pain still feel strangely familiar inside you. Notice which unhealthy patterns your mind keeps returning toward. Notice where suffering itself became emotionally normal. Then gently ask yourself, what pain feels familiar to me, even though it no longer serves my life? That question reaches into the subconscious deeply, because many people continue recreating suffering not because they are weak, but because the nervous system still confuses familiar pain with emotional safety. This understanding changes self-hatred into compassion. You stop asking, "Why am I like this?" and begin asking, "What did my nervous system learn to survive?" That shift softens the entire healing process, because shame keeps painful cycles alive. Awareness interrupts them. The Stoic path is not about violently rejecting your wounded patterns. It is about observing them honestly enough that wisdom gradually replaces unconscious repetition. Healing often feels uncomfortable precisely because peace is unfamiliar at first. A calm relationship may initially feel emotionally flat. A stable life may feel strange. Stillness may create anxiety, not because these things are wrong, but because the nervous system is adjusting to emotional environments it never learned properly before. This takes patience. The body cannot unlearn years of conditioning overnight. But every moment of awareness weakens unconscious repetition. Every time you choose peace instead of chaos, the nervous system learns something new. Every time you stop romanticizing suffering, healing deepens. Every time you remain present instead of chasing emotional turbulence, the subconscious softens. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need to keep reopening old wounds just because pain became familiar. You do not need to keep choosing emotional chaos simply because stillness feels strange. You do not need to stay loyal to suffering forever, because the deepest prison is not pain itself. It is believing pain is the only emotional state that feels like home. And perhaps true freedom begins the moment your nervous system finally realizes peace may feel unfamiliar. But unfamiliar does not mean unsafe. And once the nervous system becomes conditioned to familiar suffering, many people slowly begin building their identity around another dangerous emotional pattern. They become needed by everyone, reliable, responsible, available, the person others depend on constantly. At first, this feels meaningful, important, even noble. But over time, responsibility can quietly become emotional imprisonment when a person no longer knows who they are outside of carrying everyone else's weight. This is one of the hidden burdens many exhausted people carry silently. They are not only tired from work or obligations, they are tired from constantly being emotionally responsible for everyone around them. The family depends on them, friends depend on them, partners depend on them, co-workers depend on them. And somewhere along the way, they stopped giving themselves permission to stop carrying everything. The subconscious begins believing, if I stop holding everything together, everything will fall apart. So the nervous system never fully rests, even during sleep, because emotionally, the mind remains on duty constantly. This often starts very early in life. Some children grow up becoming emotional caretakers long before adulthood arrives. They learn to manage other people's moods, solve conflicts, stay strong during chaos, suppress their own needs to protect the emotional stability of others, and eventually, responsibility becomes identity. The child who had to grow up too fast becomes the adult who feels guilty any time they prioritize themselves. The nervous system learns, my worth comes from being needed. And this creates a painful emotional trap, because being needed feels validating, but it also becomes exhausting beyond words. Many people secretly fear becoming unnecessary because usefulness became their deepest source of emotional value. So they overgive, overhelp, over-sacrifice. They become emotionally available for everyone while quietly abandoning themselves in the process. And at night, the exhaustion finally catches up. The body feels heavy. The mind keeps racing through responsibilities. The nervous system stays tense because it believes rest equals neglect. This is why highly responsible people often struggle deeply with inner stillness. Their subconscious became addicted to carrying emotional weight constantly. Responsibility creates purpose, distraction, and identity. Without it, many feel emotionally lost. The Stoics understood this tension well. They believed duty matters deeply. Marcus Aurelius carried enormous responsibility as emperor while still practicing inner balance. But Stoicism never taught self-erasure. It taught disciplined service guided by wisdom, not emotional self-destruction. There is a difference. Healthy responsibility comes from choice and values. Subconscious imprisonment comes from fear, guilt, and identity dependency. Many people cannot tell the difference anymore. They say yes automatically, carry burdens silently, solve problems nobody asked them to solve, feel guilty resting while others struggle, and eventually their nervous system becomes emotionally overloaded. This overload often hides behind calmness externally. The person may appear highly capable while internally feeling drained, resentful, and emotionally trapped. But because they became known as the strong one, they continue carrying more and more weight without expressing how exhausted they truly are. This creates hidden resentment, not because they do not love people, but because the nervous system eventually becomes overwhelmed by endless emotional labor without restoration. And often, the deepest pain is this. Nobody notices how much they are carrying because they became too good at hiding it. The Stoics believed true strength requires boundaries as well as responsibility. Epictetus taught that people suffer when they attach their identity completely to external roles and obligations, and many caretakers lose themselves entirely inside responsibility. They stop asking, "What do I need emotionally?" Instead, they ask only, "What does everyone else need from me?" Over time, this disconnects them from their own humanity. The nervous system remains permanently activated because the mind keeps scanning for problems to solve, people to help, situations to manage. Even peaceful moments become interrupted by subconscious obligation. What should I be doing? Who still needs me? Am I neglecting something? The body never fully enters rest, because internally, responsibility became survival. This is why some people secretly panic when nobody needs them temporarily. Silence creates emotional emptiness because usefulness became identity. Without responsibility, they struggle to feel valuable. But this is not peace. This is emotional dependency on being needed, and eventually it destroys inner stillness completely. Tonight, notice how much emotional weight you carry automatically. Notice how often you prioritize everyone else's emotional state before your own. Notice how difficult it feels to stop fixing, solving, helping, or managing constantly. Then gently ask yourself, who would I be if my worth no longer depended on carrying everyone else? That question reaches deeply into the subconscious, because many people confuse exhaustion with purpose. But exhaustion is not proof of value, and sacrificing yourself endlessly is not the same as wisdom. Marcus Aurelius understood that service matters, but he also understood the importance of inner balance. A burned-out nervous system cannot sustain meaningful peace or meaningful service for long. Eventually, even the strongest people begin collapsing internally under emotional overload. The Stoic reset begins when you stop treating your nervous system like a machine built only to support everyone else. You are allowed to care deeply without abandoning yourself, allowed to help without carrying the entire emotional world alone, allowed to rest without guilt, allowed to exist beyond usefulness. Breathe slowly tonight. Notice the pressure inside your body. Notice how long you have been emotionally on call for everyone around you. Then allow yourself something unfamiliar. Permission to put some weight down, not because you are weak, because you are human. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing begins the moment you realize you were never meant to carry every burden simply because you became strong enough to survive carrying them once. And after years of becoming the responsible one, many people slowly realize something painful underneath all their effort. Much of what they do is not only about helping others, it is also about being accepted by others, valued by others, approved of by others. Because beneath countless adult behaviors lives a quiet childhood question that never fully disappeared. Am I enough to be loved? This question shapes far more of human behavior than most people realize. It shapes careers, relationships, people-pleasing, perfectionism, overachievement, the inability to say no, even the fear of disappointing strangers. Many adult minds are still unconsciously searching for the approval they once struggled to receive emotionally as children. And the nervous system never fully rests while approval remains emotionally necessary for inner stability. This is one of the deepest hidden causes of emotional exhaustion. The brain becomes constantly focused on external validation, reading reactions, monitoring people's moods, trying not to upset anyone, trying to appear successful, useful, attractive, intelligent, or emotionally easy to love. And over time, the subconscious becomes trapped in permanent performance because approval feels connected to safety. This often begins very early. A child receives affection mainly when behaving correctly. Praise appears only after achievement. Love feels conditional. Attention must be earned. The nervous system learns quickly. To feel safe emotionally, I must be accepted. So adaptation begins. The child becomes highly agreeable, highly successful, highly responsible, highly emotionally aware of others, not necessarily because those qualities are natural, but because approval became survival. And once the subconscious absorbs this pattern deeply enough, adulthood becomes emotionally exhausting, because the brain never stops searching for signs of acceptance. A delayed text message creates anxiety. Criticism feels devastating. Conflict feels terrifying. Disapproval feels deeply personal. The nervous system becomes hyper-focused on external reactions because internally, approval still equals emotional security. This is why many people cannot relax around others completely. Part of their mind remains busy managing perception constantly. Did I say the wrong thing? Do they still like me? Am I disappointing them? Was I good enough? And the painful part is that most of this happens automatically. The subconscious performs these emotional calculations constantly beneath awareness. The Stoics understood how dangerous dependence on approval becomes. Epictetus warned repeatedly that human beings lose freedom the moment their peace becomes controlled by external opinion. Because opinions are unstable, people change constantly. Approval comes and goes unpredictably. Yet many nervous systems continue chasing it endlessly, and the chase itself creates suffering, because no amount of external validation permanently heals internal insecurity. Approval may soothe the nervous system temporarily, but if the subconscious still believes worth depends on acceptance, the peace never lasts long. Soon, the mind needs more reassurance, more praise, more validation, more proof of being valued, and this creates emotional dependency. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning inward constantly because he understood that self-respect grounded in inner character creates far more stability than public approval ever can. But many people were never taught how to build worth internally. They learned worth through external response instead. So adulthood becomes an endless emotional audition, trying to keep everyone pleased, trying not to disappoint, trying to maintain connection through performance. This is exhausting beyond words, especially at night, because nighttime removes distraction and exposes emotional dependency clearly. The mind starts replaying interactions, searching for signs of rejection. Tiny moments become huge emotionally. A different tone, a short reply, a moment of disapproval. The nervous system reacts intensely because part of the subconscious still fears emotional abandonment whenever approval feels threatened. This is why some people remain trapped in relationships, jobs, or environments that destroy their peace. The fear of losing approval feels more dangerous than losing themselves. The Stoic path offers something radically freeing, the understanding that your value cannot safely depend entirely on how others respond to you. This does not mean becoming emotionally cold or selfish. Stoicism values kindness deeply, but kindness is different from self-erasure. A person addicted to approval constantly abandons their own truth to maintain emotional safety externally. They say yes when they want to say no, hide emotions to avoid discomfort, shrink themselves to remain acceptable, and eventually the nervous system becomes deeply disconnected from authenticity, because the mind keeps asking, what version of me will be approved of, instead of, what version of me is honest? Tonight, notice how much energy your brain spends searching for validation. Notice how quickly disapproval affects your emotional state. Notice how difficult it feels to disappoint others, even when protecting your own peace. Then gently ask yourself, when did approval become emotionally necessary for me to feel safe? That question reaches directly into childhood conditioning, because many adults are still unconsciously trying to win emotional acceptance from the past through present-day performance. But the nervous system cannot fully relax while constantly seeking permission to feel worthy. The Stoics believed inner peace begins when self-respect comes from alignment with values rather than endless external approval. This changes relationships completely. You stop shaping your entire identity around pleasing everyone. You stop measuring your worth through other people's reactions. You stop turning every interaction into a test of your value. And slowly the nervous system softens, because the subconscious no longer has to work constantly earning emotional permission to exist. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need universal approval to deserve peace. You do not need constant validation to prove your worth. You do not need to spend your entire life performing lovable versions of yourself just to feel emotionally safe. Because perhaps the deepest freedom is finally realizing that the approval you spent years chasing externally can never fully replace the self-acceptance your nervous system has quietly needed all along. And after spending years searching for approval, many people eventually encounter another fear quietly waiting underneath the surface. A fear that becomes stronger with time, change, aging, and shifting identity. The fear that one day they will no longer matter the way they once did. The fear of becoming irrelevant. This fear lives much deeper than most people admit openly. Because human beings do not only fear pain or failure, they also fear disappearance, being forgotten, overlooked, replaced, left behind by a world that keeps moving forward without them. And at night, when the noise quiets down, this fear often becomes louder than expected. People begin thinking about time differently, how fast years passed, how much life changed, how certain roles, relationships, or versions of themselves slowly disappeared. Aging suddenly feels emotionally personal, not only physically, but psychologically. Because identity shifts create anxiety, the nervous system struggles to understand. A parent watches children grow independent. A worker retires after decades of purpose tied to career. A once desired person feels less noticed. A strong body changes. Old dreams fade. The world evolves faster than expected. And quietly the subconscious asks, who am I becoming now? This question creates deep nighttime anxiety because identity loss feels emotionally threatening. Human beings build stability through familiarity, familiar routines, familiar roles, familiar reflections of themselves. But life constantly changes those reflections over time, and the nervous system often resists change intensely. The Stoics understood this reality deeply. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that everything changes. Bodies age, positions disappear, public opinion shifts, relationships evolve. Nothing external remains fixed forever. But many people unconsciously build their entire emotional identity around things temporary by nature. Youth, success, recognition, status, productivity, beauty, influence. So when life naturally changes these things, the subconscious experiences emotional panic. Not always consciously, but internally. This panic often appears quietly through nighttime overthinking. Have I wasted my best years? Am I falling behind? Will people still value me as I change? Who will I be when my current role disappears? These thoughts are not shallow fears. They are fears tied to identity itself. And identity loss creates enormous nervous system instability. because many people never learned how to separate their inner worth from external roles. They became identified with being useful, admired, productive, attractive, successful, needed, or important. So when life changes naturally over time, the subconscious interprets those changes as emotional danger. This becomes especially painful during aging, not because aging itself is wrong, but because society constantly teaches people to fear becoming invisible, fear becoming outdated, fear becoming unnecessary, fear losing relevance, and the subconscious absorbs these messages deeply. That is why some people become desperate to stay busy, youthful, admired, or externally impressive at all costs, not because they are vain, but because part of their nervous system fears emotional disappearance. The Stoics approached aging very differently. They saw change as natural rather than humiliating. Seneca wrote that people suffer because they resist the natural flow of life instead of learning how to move with it wisely. Stoicism does not deny the sadness of change, but it refuses to treat change itself as proof of worthlessness. This changes everything, because much nighttime anxiety around aging and irrelevance comes from attachment to identities that were never meant to remain permanent forever. The successful version of you, the younger version, the admired version, the needed version. Life changes all of them eventually. And if peace depends entirely on maintaining old identities forever, suffering becomes unavoidable. This is why nighttime becomes emotionally reflective as people age. Silence forces confrontation with impermanence. The subconscious begins noticing how quickly life moves, how temporary external roles truly are. And many people panic because they never built inner stability beyond those roles. But the Stoics believed wisdom deepens as external identity softens. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that external recognition fades quickly, but character remains deeply meaningful. This allowed him to face change without becoming emotionally destroyed by it. The problem is not aging itself. The problem is tying identity entirely to things time naturally changes, and modern life constantly pressures people to do exactly that. To stay relevant, stay visible, stay impressive, stay desired, stay productive forever. But the nervous system becomes exhausted trying to outrun time emotionally. Eventually, every human being must face transition. Bodies change, roles shift, people move on, entire life chapters close, and this creates grief, real grief, because identity transitions are emotional losses too. Tonight, notice which changes create fear inside you. Notice which parts of your identity feel threatened by time. Notice where anxiety about relevance still lives quietly in your mind. Then gently ask yourself, who am I beyond the roles, appearances, and versions of myself life naturally changes? That question reaches deeply into the subconscious, because beneath the fear of irrelevance is often a deeper fear. The fear that worth disappears once certain identities fade. But the Stoics believed inner worth grows stronger when detached from temporary external forms. Aging does not erase value. Change does not erase dignity. Transition does not erase meaning. The nervous system suffers when it clings too tightly to identities life was always going to transform eventually. The Stoic reset begins when you stop fighting impermanence as if it were personal failure. Breathe slowly tonight. You are allowed to evolve, allowed to outgrow old identities, allowed to become someone quieter, wiser, softer, or different than you once imagined. Your value is not measured only by visibility, productivity, youth, or external relevance, because perhaps true peace begins the moment you stop asking time to preserve every old version of yourself forever. and start learning how to remain connected to your deeper self, even while life continues changing around you. And as the fear of becoming irrelevant settles quietly into the mind, another old wound often rises beside it. A wound many people pretend no longer affects them, even while their nervous system still reacts to it years later. Humiliation. Not simple embarrassment, not awkwardness that fades quickly, but deep emotional humiliation. Moments where the soul felt exposed, small, rejected, powerless, laughed at, or emotionally crushed in front of others. These moments leave marks deeper than most people realize, because humiliation attacks identity directly. A painful comment in childhood, being mocked publicly, rejected in front of others, failing while people watched, being ignored, dismissed, or degraded. The conscious mind may move on eventually, but the subconscious often stores these moments with incredible emotional intensity, and later, without fully understanding why, the nervous system begins shaping life around avoiding that feeling ever happening again. This is why some people become perfectionists, why others avoid vulnerability, why some fear public speaking, intimacy, criticism, or emotional openness. The subconscious remembers humiliation as danger, and once the nervous system experiences deep emotional shame publicly, it often spends years trying to protect itself from future exposure. This protection becomes exhausting because the body remains hyper-aware constantly, monitoring reactions, replaying conversations, avoiding mistakes, trying not to look stupid, trying not to feel exposed again. At night, these memories often return with strange force. A humiliating moment from 10 years ago suddenly appears vividly in the mind as if it happened yesterday. The chest tightens. Shame returns instantly. The body reacts emotionally, even though the event is long over. This confuses many people. They ask, "Why do I still think about this? Why can't I let this go?" But humiliation lingers because the nervous system stores social pain deeply. Human beings evolved to fear social rejection intensely because belonging once affected survival directly. Public shame felt dangerous to the brain long before modern life existed. And the subconscious never fully forgets emotionally intense exposure without conscious release. The Stoics understood how destructive attachment to humiliation can become. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to let external opinions define his inner worth because he knew public judgment changes constantly. Yet many people unconsciously build their entire emotional life around avoiding humiliation at all costs. This creates psychological imprisonment. The person stops speaking honestly, stops taking risks, stops trying new things, stops being vulnerable, not because they lack potential, but because the subconscious still fears reliving old emotional exposure. This fear shapes adult behavior constantly. A child mocked for mistakes becomes terrified of failure. A teenager publicly embarrassed becomes emotionally guarded. A person humiliated in relationships struggles to trust openness again. The nervous system adapts by becoming hypervigilant, and hypervigilance destroys inner peace because the mind keeps scanning for signs of possible embarrassment constantly. This becomes especially painful in quiet moments. At night, the subconscious reopens old scenes repeatedly. The classroom humiliation, the rejection, the social mistake, the moment of exposure. The brain revisits these memories because part of the nervous system still believes the event remains emotionally unresolved. And often, humiliation lingers not because the moment itself lasted forever, but because the person never consciously released the identity attached to it afterward. This proves I'm inadequate. This proves I'm unworthy. This proves I'm weak. The Stoics believed suffering grows when people fuse identity with external events permanently. Epictetus taught that no external humiliation can truly destroy inner character unless the person internalizes the judgment completely. But many wounded minds do exactly that. They turn one painful moment into lifelong self-definition. One rejection becomes permanent insecurity. One mistake becomes chronic self-consciousness. One humiliation becomes emotional avoidance lasting decades. And slowly, the nervous system organizes life around preventing exposure instead of pursuing freedom. This creates hidden sadness. Because people shrink themselves to avoid future humiliation, they choose safety over authenticity, control over openness, silence over self-expression. Not because they truly want small lives, but because embarrassment once hurt deeply enough to make visibility feel dangerous. The Stoic path offers a different relationship with humiliation, not denial, not pretending painful moments never mattered, but refusing to let old exposure become permanent identity. Marcus Aurelius practiced remembering the temporary nature of public opinion constantly. Today, people judge. Tomorrow, they forget. Human attention moves endlessly. But wounded nervous systems continue carrying moments the world itself already moved beyond long ago. Tonight, notice which humiliating memories still create emotional tension inside you. Notice where your body still feels shame, connected to old exposure. Notice which fears are secretly rooted in avoiding embarrassment again. Then gently ask yourself, what part of me still believes that moment defines who I am? That question changes everything, because humiliation often survives through identification. The subconscious keeps replaying the memory because part of the nervous system still believes the event says something permanent about your worth. But one moment never defines an entire human being. One mistake does not erase dignity. One rejection does not erase value. One embarrassing chapter does not become your entire identity unless you keep emotionally living inside it forever. The Stoic reset begins when you stop carrying old humiliation as proof of who you are. Breathe slowly tonight. The nervous system may still remember emotional exposure, but memory is not destiny. You survived those moments. You outlived them. You became more than them. And perhaps true healing begins the moment you stop asking your mind to endlessly replay painful exposure just to protect yourself from ever feeling human again. Because every human life contains awkwardness, failure, mistakes, embarrassment. But peace belongs to those who stop turning temporary humiliation into permanent self-rejection. And after carrying humiliation, fear, regret, anger, pressure, and emotional clutter for so many years, many people eventually discover something unsettling when life finally becomes quiet. Their own mind feels unbearably loud. The room is silent. Nothing dangerous is happening. The world slows down, yet internally the noise becomes overwhelming. Thoughts race. Memories return, worries multiply, self-criticism grows louder, and many people immediately search for distraction again because silence itself starts feeling emotionally uncomfortable. But silence is not creating the noise. Silence is revealing it. This is one of the deepest Stoic understandings of the human mind. External noise often protects people from noticing their internal condition. Activity, stimulation, conversation, work, entertainment, pressure, scrolling, endless movement. All of it keeps attention pointed outward. But when external sound disappears, inner sound becomes impossible to ignore. And many nervous systems are carrying far more unresolved internal noise than they realize. This is why thoughts become louder at night. Not because nighttime is dangerous, but because silence removes competition. The subconscious finally becomes audible. A person who seemed calm all day suddenly feels overwhelmed in bed at night. A small fear becomes huge. An old memory returns vividly. Future worries begin multiplying. The mind jumps from one thought to another without rest, and underneath it all is often something deeper than ordinary thinking. Unprocessed emotional energy. The Stoics understood that a restless mind is not necessarily a broken mind. Marcus Aurelius wrote constantly about observing his thoughts carefully because he knew human beings easily become consumed by unconscious mental noise. But instead of running from inner noise, Stoicism teaches awareness of it. This changes everything, because most people respond to inner noise through resistance. They panic, distract themselves, fight their thoughts aggressively, try to force silence immediately, but resistance often makes mental noise stronger. The mind becomes louder when treated like an enemy. Imagine a lake disturbed constantly by storms. The water cannot become clear through force. It settles gradually when agitation decreases. The Stoics approached the mind similarly. Peace comes not from violently controlling every thought, but from learning how to observe thoughts without immediately becoming emotionally trapped inside them. Many people never learned this skill, so silence feels unbearable. Because once external stimulation disappears, they are suddenly left alone with everything the subconscious has been carrying for years. Old shame, old fear, old insecurity, old grief, old longing. The nervous system finally hears itself clearly. And that can feel frightening at first, especially for people who spent most of their life avoiding emotional stillness. This is why some individuals cannot sleep without television, music, scrolling, or background noise. External sound becomes emotional protection against internal confrontation. Silence creates vulnerability because vulnerability exposes the true condition of the inner world. The Stoics believed this exposure was necessary for wisdom, not comfortable. Necessary. Epictetus taught that people suffer deeply when they become unconscious servants to their own thoughts, and many people live exactly this way. Every thought becomes truth. Every fear becomes prophecy. Every insecurity becomes identity. The mind speaks, and the nervous system obeys automatically. But Stoicism interrupts this cycle. It teaches observation before reaction, awareness before attachment, the realization that thoughts are not commands. They are mental activity. This matters deeply in silence, because silence amplifies whatever remains unresolved internally. If the nervous system carries fear, silence reveals fear. If it carries resentment, silence reveals resentment. If it carries grief, silence reveals grief. External noise may temporarily cover these emotions, but silence exposes them honestly. And exposure often feels intense because modern minds are overstimulated constantly. Human beings rarely sit quietly anymore without consuming information. The nervous system stays flooded with stimulation from morning until exhaustion. So when silence finally appears, the contrast feels emotionally overwhelming. The mind suddenly notices everything it has been avoiding. This creates an important choice: run from the noise again, or begin understanding it. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning inward repeatedly because he knew inner noise weakens when observed calmly instead of feared. The Stoic path is not about forcing the mind to become empty instantly. It is about changing your relationship with mental activity itself. Tonight, notice what silence reveals inside you. Notice which thoughts immediately rise when distractions disappear. Notice what your nervous system keeps trying to say beneath the noise. Then gently ask yourself, what unresolved emotion is my inner noise protecting? That question reaches deeply into the subconscious, because thoughts are often symptoms, not root causes. An anxious mind may be protecting fear. An obsessive mind may be protecting insecurity. A restless mind may be protecting unresolved pain. The noise itself is rarely the deepest issue, and this understanding softens the relationship with overthinking completely. You stop seeing yourself as broken. You stop treating every thought like danger. You begin realizing your mind has simply been carrying too much unresolved emotional weight for too long. The Stoic reset begins when silence stops feeling like punishment. Breathe slowly tonight. Allow the thoughts to rise without immediately fighting them. Observe them gently. Some thoughts will pass quickly. Others will reveal wounds still needing compassion and awareness, but none of them need to become your prison, because a peaceful mind is not a mind with zero thoughts. It is a mind no longer terrified of its own inner world. And perhaps true stillness begins the moment you stop using distraction to escape your thoughts, and start learning how to sit beside them without losing yourself inside the noise. And once the mind becomes quiet enough to hear its own inner noise, another pain often rises from beneath the surface. A pain many people carry silently for years because it is difficult to explain to others. The pain of being misunderstood, not simply disagreed with, not ordinary conflict, but the deep emotional feeling that people never truly saw your intentions, your heart, your struggles, or your truth correctly. This wound changes people more than they realize, because human beings do not only need physical survival, they need emotional recognition to feel seen, heard, understood. And when this need is repeatedly unmet, the subconscious slowly begins adapting in painful ways. A person explains themselves honestly and still gets judged unfairly, expresses emotion and gets dismissed, shares vulnerability and gets mocked, shows kindness and gets misinterpreted. Over time, the nervous system begins learning something dangerous. No one truly understands me. And once this belief settles deeply enough, social isolation quietly begins shaping the inner world. Not always physical isolation, sometimes emotional isolation. A person can be surrounded by people and still feel completely unseen inside. This creates enormous psychological exhaustion because misunderstood people often spend years carrying invisible emotional loneliness. They stop expressing themselves fully, stop explaining their emotions honestly, stop trusting connection deeply. The subconscious becomes guarded because openness no longer feels emotionally safe. And eventually, silence becomes easier than vulnerability. This changes the nervous system profoundly. The brain starts expecting misunderstanding automatically. Conversations become emotionally tense. The person over-explains themselves constantly or stops expressing themselves altogether. Social interactions create anxiety. The mind replays conversations for hours afterward, searching for signs of misinterpretation. And at night, the loneliness grows louder. Not always the loneliness of being physically alone, but the loneliness of feeling emotionally disconnected from the world around you. The Stoics understood this suffering deeply. Marcus Aurelius himself often felt isolated because wisdom, responsibility, and inner reflection can create distance between people emotionally. Yet he constantly reminded himself not to let misunderstanding destroy his inner character. Because one of the greatest dangers after repeated misunderstanding is becoming emotionally closed to humanity itself. The subconscious begins saying, "Why bother explaining? People never really understand. It's safer to stay guarded." And slowly, emotional walls form, not because the person lacks love, but because connection started feeling painful. This is how social isolation rewires subconscious thinking. The nervous system becomes hyper-aware socially while simultaneously emotionally withdrawn. A person may crave connection deeply, yet fear vulnerability at the exact same time. This creates inner conflict constantly, wanting closeness, expecting rejection, wanting understanding, expecting misinterpretation. The mind becomes trapped between emotional longing and emotional self-protection, and this tension creates exhaustion, especially for emotionally sensitive people. They often feel misunderstood more intensely because they process emotion deeply while struggling to communicate the full complexity of their inner world outwardly, so they carry feelings others cannot fully see or understand. Eventually, they stop trying, and this silent withdrawal reshapes identity. The Stoics believed suffering increases when people attach their peace entirely to external understanding. Epictetus taught that other people's interpretations remain partly outside our control. Even honest intentions can be misunderstood. Even truth can be distorted by perception. This realization is painful, but freeing, because many people spend years exhausting themselves trying to control how they exist inside other people's minds, trying to explain perfectly, trying to avoid misinterpretation, trying to earn emotional understanding from everyone. But complete understanding is impossible. Human beings see through their own wounds, fears, assumptions, and experiences constantly. And if your peace depends entirely on being fully understood by everyone, the nervous system will remain restless forever. This does not mean emotional connection is meaningless. It means inner stability cannot depend entirely on external validation. Tonight, notice where misunderstanding still hurts inside you. Notice which memories still carry emotional loneliness. Notice how much energy goes into trying to explain yourself to people emotionally unavailable to truly understand. Then gently ask yourself, what part of me still believes misunderstanding means I am unworthy of connection? That question reaches deep into the subconscious, because many people internalize misunderstanding as personal failure. If they misunderstood me, maybe something is wrong with me. But often, misunderstanding says more about emotional distance, perception, or limitation than about your worth. The Stoic path is not emotional isolation. It is emotional steadiness, even when complete understanding does not arrive. Marcus Aurelius practiced remaining aligned with his values regardless of public opinion, because he knew inner peace collapses when identity depends entirely on external interpretation. This creates freedom slowly. You stop over-explaining your humanity constantly. You stop abandoning your truth just to avoid discomfort. You stop expecting every person to fully understand experiences they never lived through. And gradually, the nervous system softens. Not because loneliness disappears instantly, but because self-rejection decreases. The deepest wound of misunderstanding is often not the misunderstanding itself. It is the moment people begin abandoning their authentic self to avoid future rejection. The Stoic reset begins when you stop treating emotional invisibility as proof you are unworthy of connection. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need universal understanding to deserve peace. You do not need every person to fully validate your inner world before your experience becomes real. Some people will misunderstand you no matter how honestly you speak. Some will never fully see your heart, and that is painful. But it does not erase your humanity. It does not erase your truth. And perhaps healing begins the moment you stop shrinking yourself emotionally just because the world failed to understand parts of you properly in the past. Because real peace is not built through perfect external understanding. It is built when you finally stop abandoning yourself internally while waiting for others to fully see who you are. And after carrying the pain of being misunderstood long enough, many people slowly begin realizing something even deeper about emotional wounds. The mind may try to move on, but the body remembers. Not only through thoughts, through tension, through reactions, through fear, through the strange way the nervous system changes after trust has been broken enough times. Because betrayal is never only mental, it becomes physical. A person who was once open becomes guarded automatically. A relaxed body becomes hyper-alert. Sleep becomes lighter. Trust becomes harder. The nervous system begins preparing for pain before pain even arrives. And often people blame themselves for these reactions without understanding that emotional betrayal leaves biological imprints inside the body itself. The chest tightens around certain people. The stomach sinks after certain tones of voice. The heart races during emotional vulnerability. The body reacts long before logic catches up. Because the nervous system stores emotional memory deeply, especially betrayal, a broken promise, a trusted person becoming unsafe, love turning into abandonment, kindness turning into manipulation. The subconscious absorbs these moments intensely because trust violations threaten emotional survival at the deepest level. Human beings are wired for connection. So when connection becomes painful unexpectedly, the nervous system adapts quickly to prevent future injury. This adaptation becomes hypervigilance. The body starts scanning constantly for lies, for distance, for emotional changes, for signs that betrayal may happen again. And this scanning becomes exhausting because even peaceful moments feel unsafe when the nervous system no longer trusts stability fully. The Stoics understood that emotional pain affects the whole inner life, not only isolated thoughts. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced observing emotional reactions carefully because he knew unresolved suffering quietly shapes perception, behavior, and peace. But many people today try to move on mentally while ignoring the nervous system entirely. So the body continues carrying old betrayal silently. This explains why some people struggle to trust healthy relationships even when no danger exists. Their logical mind may know they are safe, but the body still remembers what happened before, and the body remembers emotionally. A delayed message triggers anxiety. A different tone creates panic. A small emotional shift feels enormous, not because the current moment is catastrophic, but because the nervous system connects present uncertainty to past betrayal automatically. This is why emotional healing cannot happen through logic alone. The body must learn safety again. The Stoics believed suffering deepens when people remain emotionally attached to past wounds indefinitely. But Stoicism never meant pretending betrayal did not hurt. It meant refusing to let old betrayal permanently control present consciousness. That distinction matters deeply, because many betrayed nervous systems stay emotionally trapped in old danger long after the external situation ended. The body keeps preparing for war emotionally, and eventually exhaustion follows. People become emotionally tired, suspicious, guarded, overwhelmed by intimacy. Not because they want isolation, but because the nervous system no longer associates closeness with safety automatically. This creates painful loneliness, wanting connection while fearing it simultaneously, wanting trust while expecting betrayal, wanting peace while remaining internally guarded. And nighttime often intensifies all of it, because silence gives emotional memory room to surface again. The body remembers old heartbreak, old abandonment, old deception. The nervous system reopens emotional files during stillness because unresolved pain remains stored beneath awareness. This is why some people suddenly feel grief years after betrayal seemingly ended. The body processes emotional memory in layers. Some pain remains frozen inside the nervous system until enough safety exists for release. The Stoics practiced returning to the present moment repeatedly because present awareness interrupts unconscious emotional replay. Epictetus taught that the past itself no longer controls us directly. Our ongoing attachment to it does. But attachment often survives through the body, not only the mind. This is why healing betrayal requires gentleness, not self-judgment, not forcing trust instantly, not pretending the wound never existed. The nervous system softens through repeated experiences of safety, honesty, stability, and self-awareness over time. Tonight, notice how your body reacts to emotional uncertainty. Notice where tension appears automatically. Notice how quickly fear enters moments of vulnerability. Then gently ask yourself, what betrayal is my nervous system still trying to protect me from? That question reaches deeply into emotional memory, because many present reactions are echoes of old survival patterns, and awareness changes everything. You stop calling yourself too sensitive. You stop shaming yourself for struggling to trust. You begin understanding that the body learned these reactions for protection. But protection carried too long becomes imprisonment. The Stoic reset begins when you stop demanding your nervous system become fearless overnight. Healing is not the absence of memory. It is the gradual return of inner safety despite memory. Marcus Aurelius understood that pain shapes human beings, but wisdom determines whether pain becomes permanent identity. Betrayal may leave emotional scars, but scars are not the same as open wounds forever. Breathe slowly tonight. Your body may still remember old heartbreak, but you are not trapped inside those moments anymore. The nervous system can learn softness again, trust again, rest again. Not through force, through patience, through awareness, through refusing to let old betrayal permanently define your relationship with peace. Because perhaps true recovery begins the moment you stop asking your body to forget what hurt it, and instead begin teaching it that survival no longer requires constant emotional armor. And after carrying betrayal, shame, regret, emotional exhaustion, and years of subconscious survival patterns, many people eventually arrive at one of the deepest fears hidden beneath all the others. The fear that time is running out. Not only physical time, but emotional time. Time to become who they hoped to become. Time to fix mistakes. Time to heal. Time to matter. Time to truly live before life disappears. This fear often becomes strongest at night because silence removes distraction and forces the mind into direct contact with mortality itself. Suddenly, the nervous system becomes aware of how temporary everything feels. Years passed quickly. People changed. Opportunities disappeared. The body aged. Entire seasons of life vanished almost without warning, and the subconscious begins panicking quietly. What if I am too late? What if I wasted too much time? What if my best years are already gone? This creates a hidden form of anxiety many people carry silently. They may continue functioning normally outwardly while internally feeling chased by time itself. Every birthday feels heavier. Every unfinished dream feels more urgent. Every comparison with others becomes emotionally sharper. The nervous system starts treating life like a countdown, and countdowns create panic. This is why many people cannot fully relax anymore. Even peaceful moments become interrupted by subconscious pressure. You should be farther ahead. You're running out of time. You need to hurry. The mind becomes trapped inside urgency, and urgency destroys inner stillness. The Stoics understood mortality more deeply than almost any philosophy in history. But unlike modern anxiety, Stoicism did not use awareness of death to create panic. It used mortality awareness to create clarity. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that life is temporary, not to become hopeless, but to stop wasting energy fighting reality unnecessarily. He understood something most anxious minds forget. Death becomes terrifying when people never fully learn how to live in the present moment. Because many people spend their entire life mentally elsewhere, regretting the past, fearing the future, chasing validation, escaping themselves, and suddenly time feels stolen because presence was missing. This creates subconscious mortality panic, not only fear of death itself, but fear of unlived life. Fear that the real self never truly emerged beneath all the survival patterns, distractions, pressure, and emotional pain. At night, this fear becomes louder. The mind starts calculating years, comparing timelines, replaying missed opportunities, wondering if change is still possible, and the nervous system enters existential overthinking. But the Stoics approached mortality differently. They believed impermanence gives life meaning rather than destroying meaning. Epictetus taught that human beings suffer when they demand permanence from a temporary world. Everything changes. Every season passes. Every role evolves. Every human life eventually ends. Fighting this truth creates endless anxiety. Accepting it creates freedom, not passive resignation, deep appreciation. Because the person who truly accepts mortality stops postponing peace endlessly. They stop waiting for perfect conditions before living honestly. They stop assuming unlimited time exists. They stop sacrificing their entire existence, chasing external approval while neglecting inner life completely. Mortality awareness becomes wisdom instead of panic. But modern minds often struggle with this because society trains people to fear aging constantly, fear slowing down, fear becoming invisible, fear unfinished dreams, fear not achieving enough. So the subconscious becomes obsessed with falling behind. And comparison intensifies this fear brutally. Other people seem ahead, more successful, more settled, more fulfilled. The nervous system interprets these comparisons as proof of personal failure, but the Stoics warned against measuring life through external timelines. Marcus Aurelius understood that every human being lives a different path shaped by different struggles, losses, lessons, and awakenings. Comparing timelines only deepens suffering because it disconnects people from their own present reality. Tonight, notice how often your mind treats time like an enemy. Notice the pressure inside your body around aging, goals, or unfinished dreams. Notice how urgently the nervous system keeps demanding certainty about the future. Then gently ask yourself, what am I afraid will happen if I stop rushing internally for one moment? That question reaches deeply into subconscious mortality fear, because many people secretly believe slowing down means failure. Rest means wasted time. Stillness means falling behind. So they keep mentally sprinting through life without ever arriving emotionally anywhere. But the Stoics believed life is not measured only by duration. It is measured by awareness. A short, conscious life carries more depth than decades spent emotionally asleep inside distraction, fear, and unconscious survival. This understanding changes everything, because peace stops being something postponed for later. It becomes something practiced now. Not perfectly, but intentionally. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need to solve your entire future before resting. You do not need to become extraordinary before your existence matters. You do not need to race against time every moment to prove your life has meaning. The nervous system softens when it stops treating mortality like punishment and starts treating it like perspective. Yes, life is temporary, but temporary does not mean meaningless. In fact, impermanence is what makes presence sacred. And perhaps true freedom begins the moment you stop panicking about how much time remains, and finally begin fully inhabiting the life that still exists right here, in this moment, while you are alive enough to feel it. And once the fear of running out of time settles into the nervous system, the mind often responds the only way it knows how. It starts thinking harder, analyzing more, replaying more, preparing more, as if enough mental effort could somehow prevent uncertainty, regret, pain, or loss completely. This is how overthinking quietly becomes an addiction, not because people enjoy mental exhaustion, but because the subconscious mistakes analysis for protection. The mind says, if I think enough, maybe I can avoid suffering. If I replay this enough, maybe I'll finally understand it. If I analyze every possibility, maybe I'll feel safe. At first, this feels responsible, intelligent, careful, but eventually the nervous system becomes trapped inside endless mental activity that never truly resolves anything emotionally. Because overthinking does not create peace, it creates temporary illusion of control. And illusion can become addictive. Many people do not realize how attached they became to constant thinking. Silence feels uncomfortable without mental activity. The brain immediately searches for problems to solve, conversations to replay, futures to predict, mistakes to analyze. The mind keeps moving because movement feels safer than uncertainty. But this constant psychological motion becomes exhausting beyond words. Especially at night, the body becomes tired, yet the mind refuses to stop. Thoughts multiply, scenarios expand, questions repeat endlessly, and the nervous system stays activated because the brain keeps searching for emotional certainty before allowing rest. This is why many overthinkers secretly fear letting go of thought itself. Part of the subconscious believes that if thinking stops, vulnerability begins. So the mind keeps generating analysis constantly as emotional self-protection. The Stoics understood this trap deeply. Marcus Aurelius practiced observing thoughts carefully because he knew human beings easily become imprisoned by their own mental activity. But Stoicism teaches something radically different from obsessive overthinking: clarity through awareness, not endless analysis. There is a major difference. Wisdom observes reality calmly. Overthinking compulsively tries to control reality mentally, and control is the hidden addiction underneath most anxious thinking. The mind wants guarantees, explanations, predictability, perfect understanding. But life rarely provides complete certainty. So the overthinking mind stays trapped in endless loops, trying to solve what cannot be fully solved. This becomes especially painful for emotionally sensitive people. They often process experiences deeply, which can create powerful insight. But without awareness, insight turns into obsession. The mind begins revisiting every detail, repeatedly searching for emotional closure through analysis. But analysis alone cannot heal emotional wounds. A person can intellectually understand betrayal and still feel unsafe, understand anxiety and still feel restless, understand childhood wounds and still feel emotionally exhausted. Because healing requires more than thought. It requires release. The Stoics believed suffering grows when people mistake mental control for inner peace. Epictetus taught that many things remain outside human control, no matter how intensely the mind analyzes them. Other people's behavior, the future, past mistakes, life's uncertainty itself. Yet overthinking keeps trying to dominate these things mentally, and the nervous system burns enormous energy doing so. This is why chronic overthinkers often feel physically exhausted too. Their mind rarely rests. Even quiet moments become filled with internal activity. The brain stays permanently engaged in emotional calculations. What does this mean? What if something goes wrong? What should I have done differently? What if I make the wrong decision? The subconscious becomes addicted to thinking because thinking feels active, productive, protective. But often, overthinking is simply fear wearing the disguise of intelligence. Fear of uncertainty, fear of failure, fear of regret, fear of emotional pain. And underneath all of it is usually one desperate desire, the desire to feel safe. But safety never fully arrives through endless analysis, because the more the mind thinks, the more possibilities it creates. Every answer leads to another question. Every solution produces another scenario. The nervous system becomes trapped inside infinite mental loops. This is why some people feel emotionally paralyzed despite thinking constantly. Thought replaces action. Analysis replaces presence. The person lives almost entirely inside their mind, while life itself continues passing by around them. Marcus Aurelius understood that the mind becomes calmer when it returns to what is immediately real instead of drowning in endless speculation. Stoicism is deeply rooted in present awareness because the present moment interrupts compulsive mental projection. Tonight, notice how often your mind keeps analyzing after understanding is already sufficient. Notice how difficult it feels to stop mentally revisiting unresolved situations. Notice how quickly uncertainty creates compulsive thinking. Then gently ask yourself, what am I hoping endless thinking will protect me from? That question reaches directly into the subconscious, because overthinking survives through emotional fear, not intellectual necessity. And awareness changes the relationship with thought completely. You stop worshipping every thought as truth. You stop treating anxiety like prophecy. You begin understanding that the mind can generate endless noise without producing genuine peace. The Stoic reset begins when you stop demanding complete certainty before allowing yourself rest. Breathe slowly tonight. Your mind does not need to solve your entire life before sleep. You do not need perfect answers for every fear. You do not need to mentally control every outcome to deserve calmness. Thought itself is not the enemy. Attachment to thought is. The Stoics understood that inner peace grows when thoughts are observed without becoming absolute masters of the soul. Some thoughts deserve attention, others deserve release. And perhaps true stillness begins the moment you realize the mind can think forever without ever reaching peace. Unless you finally stop asking thought alone to give you the emotional safety only presence, acceptance, and inner trust can provide. And after years of overthinking every possibility, replaying every mistake, preparing for every danger, and emotionally scanning the world for signs of pain, the nervous system eventually reaches a breaking point. It becomes tired, not ordinary tiredness, a deeper exhaustion, the exhaustion of constantly protecting yourself from life. Many people do not realize how much energy their subconscious spends every single day trying to stay emotionally safe, monitoring people's moods, anticipating rejection, avoiding embarrassment, preparing for disappointment, guarding vulnerability, hiding weakness, staying hyper-aware of possible threats everywhere. The body may appear calm externally, but internally the defense system never fully shuts off, and this creates profound emotional fatigue. Because survival mode was never meant to become a permanent state of existence. Yet many nervous systems live there continuously, always alert, always prepared, always bracing emotionally for impact. The subconscious says, stay careful. Do not trust too much. Do not relax completely. Do not let your guard down. And eventually, even peace feels unsafe because the nervous system became conditioned to vigilance itself. This is why some people cannot fully enjoy good moments. Even during happiness, part of the mind keeps waiting for something to go wrong. The defense system remains active automatically because it learned that emotional pain can arrive unexpectedly. A betrayal, a rejection, a humiliation, a loss. The subconscious remembers all of it, and memory becomes armor. But armor carried too long becomes heavy. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to examine fear carefully because he knew many human beings spend their lives fighting battles that no longer exist in the present moment. The mind keeps defending against old pain long after the original danger passed. This is how the inner defense system becomes subconscious imprisonment. The nervous system stops distinguishing between real danger and emotional memory. A delayed text feels threatening, silence feels suspicious, rest feels unsafe. Vulnerability feels catastrophic. The body reacts as if survival is constantly at risk, even during ordinary moments. This is exhausting beyond words, because self-protection consumes enormous emotional energy. And many people became so identified with protecting themselves that they no longer remember what emotional softness feels like internally. They call themselves independent, careful, realistic, but underneath is often a nervous system terrified of being hurt again. This fear shapes entire lives. People avoid intimacy, avoid honesty, avoid stillness, avoid risk, avoid emotional openness, not because they do not desire connection or peace, but because the defense system believes vulnerability equals danger. And the longer this continues, the more the nervous system stays trapped in chronic tension. This tension often becomes invisible because it feels normal after years of repetition. A person no longer notices how tightly they hold their jaw, their shoulders, their thoughts, their emotions. The body became permanently braced without conscious awareness. And nighttime reveals this clearly. The body lies down physically, but internally the defense system remains awake. Thoughts keep scanning, emotions stay guarded. The nervous system listens for danger in silence. This is why true rest feels impossible for many wounded minds. The body escaped old environments, but the subconscious never stopped protecting against them emotionally. The Stoics believed fear loses power when observed consciously instead of obeyed automatically. Epictetus taught that much human suffering comes from living defensively against imagined threats rather than responding wisely to present reality. This matters deeply because many people are no longer responding to life itself. They are responding to emotional memory. The defense system became automatic, and automatic defense slowly disconnects people from presence, joy, intimacy, and peace. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning repeatedly to the present moment, because the present interrupts unconscious fear patterns. Most defensive thinking lives in anticipation. What if I get hurt? What if I trust the wrong person? What if peace disappears? The nervous system keeps preparing emotionally for futures that do not exist yet, and preparation becomes exhaustion. Tonight, notice how often your body stays emotionally guarded automatically. Notice how difficult it feels to fully relax around uncertainty. Notice where your mind still expects danger even during calm moments. Then gently ask yourself, what am I still protecting myself from internally? That question reaches deeply into the subconscious, because many defensive patterns were created by real pain once. The nervous system learned caution to survive, and survival deserves compassion. But survival carried forever becomes suffering. The Stoic reset begins when you stop treating every moment of vulnerability like psychological death. Breathe slowly tonight. You do not need to dismantle every defense overnight. The nervous system softens gradually. moment by moment, breath by breath, through awareness, through safety, through repeated experiences where vulnerability does not destroy you. The body must learn something new, that rest is not danger, that softness is not weakness, that openness does not always lead to pain. And perhaps the deepest healing begins the moment your subconscious realizes it no longer has to spend every second protecting you from a world that is not always attacking you anymore. Because true peace is not becoming invulnerable. It is finally becoming safe enough to stop living permanently armored against life itself. And now, after everything your mind has carried tonight, take one slow breath and notice something important. You survived every version of yourself that once believed the pain would never end. The ignored child, the exhausted adult, the anxious overthinker, the person carrying shame, betrayal, fear, pressure, and silent emotional wounds nobody else could fully see. For years, your subconscious tried to protect you the only way it knew how, by staying alert, by replaying memories, by expecting danger, by overthinking every possibility before life could hurt you again. But tonight was never about fighting your mind. It was about understanding it, because the Stoics believed peace begins the moment the mind stops warring against itself. When you stop running from silence, stop punishing yourself for being human, stop carrying emotional armor long after the battle ended. Your nervous system is tired, your soul is tired, and perhaps for the first time in a long time, you are finally allowing yourself to soften without shame. Not every memory needs to control you forever. Not every fear deserves permanent space inside your mind. Not every painful chapter still belongs in your present life. Healing begins slowly, quietly, one thought at a time, one breath at a time, one night of true stillness at a time. So tonight, let the mind unclench. Let the body loosen its grip on survival. Let the silence stop feeling like an enemy. And if even one part of this journey felt deeply personal to you, leave a comment below with the words, "I am finally putting the weight down." Not for anyone else, for yourself, as a quiet promise that your healing matters too. And if this Stoic reset brought your mind even a little peace tonight, subscribe to the channel and return whenever the world feels too loud again. There will always be another place here for you to breathe, reflect, heal, and rest.